8.1 kilometers. Join us in beautiful Slim River. Look at that. The really what you would call traditional Malaysian architecture. It's absolutely beautiful down at the start, and we're heading to the monster that is Genting Highlands today. It's up there with cycling's fabled climbs, and it's something else if you've never seen it before. Thanks for joining us. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through today's Queen Stage, you would call it, as we expect the general classification to be turned on its head at the summit. Going into the day, you can see the leaders' jerseys all lined up along the start, and it is George Jackson of the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team that leads in the general classification by 6 seconds from Enrico Zanoncello. We've got Simon Carr of the EF Education Easy Post in third at 10 seconds. Carlos Canal Blanco is fourth at 12, along with a large group of riders in the top 10. Rat Shannon Yaudawat, great ride by the Thailand Continental team rider to put himself up into fifth. Yonagire of the Keeper Confirm is sixth. John Bao Company of Euskadel is seventh. Tom Scully of EF Education Easy Post eighth. Pablo Castillo of the Keeper Confirm ninth. And Logan Curry, also of the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, is in 10th place. Arvid de Klein in the orange jersey as the points leader, but it is a slender 1 point advantage over Enrico Zanoncello, with George Jackson third in the points competition. It's going to be a big day for Simon Pello to keep hold of that King of the Mountains jersey today. He goes in to today with an 8-point advantage over Luca Covilli, and Mateus Galco third with 11 points. In the white jersey, the best Asian rider, and what a ride he did yesterday. Rat Shannon Yaudawat, there he is in that white jersey, giving us a nod, and got himself into the breakaway. He was the virtual leader on the road for a lot of yesterday's stage, and he took intermediate sprint seconds and put himself in that white jersey by 4 seconds over Chai Sombat and Rossley, who dropped to third. He went into yesterday wearing that white jersey. In the team classification, it's Green Project Bardiani CSF that lead Euskaltel Euskadi and Team Coratec Sella Italia, but it is all level on time. We're almost ready for the off 7.7 kilometers of neutral section for the riders this morning. It's 21 to 26 degrees Celsius is the weather forecast. 78 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Sunny, chance of showers a little bit later on today, and a 9 to 11 kilometer an hour southerly wind, gusts of 36 to 37 kilometers an hour. The horn sound, the flag is dropped, and away we go. It is going to be a big day. The anticipation is always high as we head towards the Genting Highlands, and it has always been a big part of Le Tour de Langkawi from the sort of early days back in the 90s. This was the sort of famous climb that teams would bring their young climbers to, just to test them out on, and also just to sort of, it's one of those climbs, but it's very, very different to an alpine climb, or it's in France, or a climb in Italy, or one of the climbs in Spain that you see for La Vuelta, and you'll see that when we get to it. There's George Jackson, resplendent in his leader's jersey today. What a race he is having. Stage win, second yesterday. And John, going into today, you know, Bolton Equities Black Spoke for me being the team of the race so far, and George Jackson, a great reaction yesterday, finished second, and he was asked was he disappointed, and he was like, well, no, he was just, you know, Daniel was faster.
Yeah, they did a brilliant job 2 days ago now, and that was that stage victory he took, and then yesterday just beaten by a faster man, and he, even straight after the finish, where sometimes you would be a bit more disappointed, but he knew exactly, put his hands up. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Second place, took the leader's jersey as well, so job done, I think. Going to be a tough day for Jackson today and Bolton Equities Black Spoke, but what a tour they've had so far.
They have indeed, and it is one of those climbs, and you look at riders and you go, they can climb a bit, but this is something else today.
Yeah, it always feels a bit better when the roads are wider, which we do have, but that final 4 kilometres, we'll talk about it plenty enough, but it is just a wall all the way to the top. And it's all about the climbers will have their day today. It's been so much about the sprinters so far, 4 different winners. I think we'll have a different winner again, so it should be 5 winners and 5 stages. Unless one of the sprinters really does pull off one of the rides of the year. But it is a day for all those climbers.
It's one that they will have been anticipating, and it is one of those guys. It was on my bucket list of climbs to ride up. I've got a little list. I haven't done the Angler route yet, but the Genting Highlands was on my bucket list of mountains to ride, and I did ride up it. I went, did it. It was a birthday treat to myself years ago when I used to, was able to bring my bike and we were out and we had some time when we weren't doing flag to flag. But yeah, it's one of those climbs. I mean, you ride up it, it's hard enough. It's one of those days, especially as a bit of a, I'm not gravitationally blessed, a bit volumetrically challenged, I would call it, in terms of going up mountains. But I love climbing a mountain. But it's one of those climbs I imagine as a sprinter that it kind of makes your eyes water a little bit. It brings tears to your eyes.
It makes your eyes water, but at least it is at the end of the day. If it was earlier on in the day, it would have been an awful time.
Astana, Kazakhstan, Harold Martin Lopez Granitso. Watch out for him today. He's one of those riders that we could be watching out for. Alexander Jefferson Supera alongside him. EF Education Easy Post. They've also got Simon Carr in this race today. We can expect Harold Martin Lopez here, Alexander Supera, and the likes of Simon Carr to absolutely want to smash it up at the end of this race today.
100%. Of course, 2 Ecuadorians having a bit of a chat, bit of a catch-up. Won't be any time for chatting when they come to the end of the race. But Martin Harold Lopez, young rider coming through the development team, only 22 years old, and he steps up with the World Tour team from next year until 2025. So really a star for the future. Cepeda, we already know his talent and quality. On his way up though. Keeps improving. Still only 25 years old. Feels like he's been around a bit longer than that. Picked up stage victory in Tour de Lan earlier on this year, and another climber. They've got 2 really top class climbers for today, Simon Carr and Cepeda. Be interesting what they plan to do. It's going to be an interesting fight to see who tries to make the breakaway, who's going to control things.
And the rollout, you usually get a good idea on the rollout who's up for trying to get in the break.
Yeah, I was just looking through all the sprinters towards the front. Of course, we have to keep an eye on that points classification as well. There's a bit of battle going on, really close in the points classification.
Cheetah Pro Cycling, you can see all lined out there. The stage yesterday, just to give you an update on yesterday. So it was Daniel Babor who took the stage for Categorie. 23 years old, great stage. What a lead out he got yesterday. I think it's Beers for Life for Tom and Sparta after the lead out that he did. It was an absolute mighty one when you followed him for sort of the final kilometre of yesterday's stage, and the way that he got led out. It was the epitome of teamwork yesterday, and you can tell riders that have got a bit of a track background in them as well. But it just the way you followed Barter from like almost 1,500 meters to go, the way he just brought him up. And we talk about sort of the lead outs and not using up all your riders too early and that kind of thing, and it was just absolute timing, wasn't it? Up, final corner, boom.
Yeah, and perfect trust as well. That's what they needed to do. Babor had complete and utter trust in Barter, and Barter then could just surf the wheels. He was left up to do all the hard work, and they timed it perfectly. That final 800 meters, they came down the right hand side, they led into that final corner, accelerated out of that final corner, and then Babor really opened up his sprint and took the win by a fair amount as well at the end. All done by the brilliant teamwork before that. There was a way to do it: leave it late, come and hit them fast. That's exactly what they did. One of those conversations they would have planned the night before and in the morning. It's easy to get stuck and ride on the front like you do. You see so many in all the World Tour races now. The importance of being there with 10 kilometers to go, and that is the right way of doing it when you need to be in position. The roads are narrow, but as we're luckily in Asia, the roads are pretty wide all the day actually. So if you can time it right, leave it late, that's exactly what Casa Royale Seguros did, and deserved stage victory for Babor.
He took it from George Jackson, so first and second, meant bonus seconds for the New Zealander, ahead of Sasha Vimas. He's having a good race, Sasha Vimas, taking third. He's second and third in this race so far. It's Carlos Canal Blanco in fourth, who's a mountain biker. He's having a good week as well. Then we had Lorenzo Conforti in fifth, Attila Viviani sixth, good result for Viviani, Maris Bogdanovic in seventh, Alberto Klein eighth, Enrico Zanoncello and Gleb Syriza rounded out our top 10. And the other standings, gave you them on our rollouts. Along the route today, we got one intermediate sprint at 13.1 kilometres at Tanjong Malim. We'll see if there's a breakaway gone by then, or whether any of our GC riders fancy some bonus seconds in the bank before they get to the mountains. We have a category 4 climb, the Cat 1 climb, at 62.7 kilometres to go at the Rawang bypass. It's 1.7 kilometres, averaging 6.9%. We have sprint 2 with 41.3 to go at Gombak. We then go on to the first category climb at Bentong, which is 8.8 kilometres at an average of 4.1%. Little descent, and then we have on to Genting Highlands, and we have 4.9 kilometres at 8.3%, and then that's the first ramp, and then the next ramp is 3.7 kilometres, averaging 8.3%, and then the final parts up to the HC climb, the all category climb, 8.8 kilometres, averaging 8.6%. But the averages don't quite do the climb justice, do they? Because it's fairly meaty, this final climb. We sort of average 15% if we go to Velo Viewer, but it has got little ramps of up to 19%.
It's a really tough climb. There's 18% in our guides. Pretty even steeper parts at other points. Gives it a bit of a false sense of security because the road is so wide. It doesn't look as steep or feel as steep. It will do for these riders when they hit it. 18% ramps. No place to hide. It is really going to be the strongest rider on the day wins, and it's always a good way of having a big test. This is the general classification day. Everyone knows it. Been building and building to this day. Everyone knows about Genting Highlands. Just looking forward to a big battle on the climb.
So if you're just joining us this morning, welcome along. We're on the rollout. We're on the neutralised section. Everyone just catching up, having a little bit of a chat on the neutral section. 7.7 kilometres. We are heading out of Slim River and we're heading towards Genting Highlands today. I'm just going to welcome all the team cars because I think a lot of the team cars have got us on in the team car. So we'll just give our little DSs a shout out. And by the way, if the teams want to let us know who the mechanics are, we'll do a mechanic shout out tomorrow. Let us know those. So morning to EF Education Easy Post. We've got TJ Van Garderen and Matty Breschel in the EF Education Easy Post team car. Astana, Kazakhstan. We've got Sergei Yakolev and Giacomo Notari. For Green Project Bardiani, the DS is Mirko Rosato. In the Tudor Pro Cycling team car, big up Marcel Seberg, what a legend. Marcel Seberg in the Tudor Pro Cycling car, welcome along. Bolton Equities Blacksburg, we've got William Green as the Director Sportif for them. Human Powered Health, Luke Bukta. And a man that knows the Tour de Langkawi well, Eric Wahlberg. Someone, I'm sure Eric won a stage in Tour de Langkawi. I'll have to double check that now that I've said that. But welcome to the Human Powered Health team car. Equipo Kern Farmer, Pablo Perez. We've got Jorge Soto for Euskaltel Euskadi. Team Corotec Seller Italia, Francesco Frassi and Marco Zamparella. For Caja Rural Seguros RGA, we've got Juan Carlos Vasquez. For Terengganu in the team car, we've got Nasiruddin Owan Idris and Saiful Anwar Aziz. For JCL Ukyo, we've got Keita Onishi and Yusuke Shimizu. For Rejoining Online in the team car, we've got Peter Pauli and Wilfred Detrebar-Kudroy for Rejoining Online Insurance. The Thailand Continental team in the team car, the DS today is Wisut Kasiyafat. For Henjiang, Li Fuyu, another legend of Asian cycling, is Li Fuyu for Henjiang. Brett Dutton is in the St George Continental DS. Sunjay for Leaning Star. We have Rick Rodriguez and Roland Zamora for 711 Click Air 21 by Road Bike Philippines. Kang Sandul for KSPO. For Nusantara, Rastra Dinavan. We've got Patria. Rasta Dinavan and Danny Lesmana for Nusantara. Sorry if I've got that back to front. Giant Cycling, we've got Song Zhu Kiang. And for the Malaysian national team, we've got Yusuf Nasir, Abdul Yusuf Namir and Ahmad Ikram Zakaria. That's all our DSs for today. Got to look after DSs, give them a little bit of a shout out if they're tuning in to our live stream this morning of La Tour de Langkawi. I hope everyone is well. Hope you've all got a little bit of coffee in the system to get you through the day. We are on stage 5 of 8 today, 1,278.1 kilometers, and this is where we expect to see our general classification really kind of decided today. Although we do see from time to time now, because racing can be so tight that while we always look at a mountain stage and go, right, it's going to be massive gaps after today, sometimes it's still tight and it can still come down to intermediate sprints and teams needing to get in breakaways over the final few days.
Yeah, it might be a select group of such. Obviously there's time bonuses at the finish. And we've seen some teams going out and targeting those intermediate sprints. So I think they're echoing your thought, Marty. Might be potential, it might be a lot closer than we're expecting. So we might all come down to those intermediate sprints, and that's where it's important to always be vigilant There's always a chance to take a couple seconds here or there. But we'll wait and see.
We're out with drone cam. Always sounds like we got a swarm of bees with a camera when we go to the drone. Don't know, it's just whether that's my silly sense of humour, but I would love to know that we've got bee cam out there rather than the drone. And our drone pilots do an amazing job to be able to follow racing with these drones. And they've been bringing us some amazing shots of the beautiful countryside and also of our sprint finishes. We are at kilometre 0. It's time to rock and roll, people. Away we go. It's kilometre 0. Off we go. The car pulls away. And away we go. And the flurry of attacks that we would expect on a mountain stages, and expect plenty of sprinters to try and give themselves some drift room today. And if you're new to cycling and you're tuning in, you're wondering what drift room is. As a sprinter, the mountains, and being both, you're a sprinter, John, so you'll be with me on that, is that sometimes as a sprinter you want to get yourself up the road and give yourself a bit of drift room, so when you get to the mountains you've got a little bit of time in the bank, so to speak.
Yeah, it means you get a bit of a head start on the climb. The climbers come past you, make it look nice and easy, and then you can ride up at a bit of a steadier pace. You're not worried about any time cuts that could be an issue. Shouldn't be today. All the climbing comes pretty much in that final 26 kilometres. It's worth fighting for it, seeing what you can do. Big question marks though, that we have those intermediate sprints with points for the points classification. Currently in that points classification are the Decline, wearing that orange jersey. He sits on 30 points, Zanoncello 29 and George Jackson on 27. So it is a really close battle. Two riders straight on the attack. Will they be joined by more riders up front the way the race has been going for the rest of the week? I'd expect so.
So in our group we have Nur Aiman Zarif, the Malaysian national champion, and with him is Yunrek Kakweva for 7-11. So good to see Zarif, the Malaysian national champion, getting up there, getting into the break. Seen him on the attack already this week. These two going clear, 125 kilometres to go. 7-11 on the attack yesterday as well. So good to see another 7-11 rider from the Philippines trying to get clear here. Just building in confidence as well as a team as this race goes on. So for the Malaysian national champion, getting up there, getting into a breakaway for Terengganu Polygon. We'll see if this one manages to go. He's looking back over his shoulder, checking. Got a couple more riders now trying to come across the gap here early on in the day. And there will be riders in this peloton that will just, you head out and you get into survival mode on a day like this.
Yeah, in a way. We have a really flat start to the day though. It's almost, you to get through that section when you work on the rest of the day. It's going to be pretty much flat until around 93 kilometres in, around 30 kilometres to go. Then we take up a bit of a slight drag and some climbing, but on the whole, and it is average decline of Tudor Pro cycling. With only 10 kilometres out from that first intermediate sprint of the day. Looks looks like Bostock from Bolton Equities Black Spoke. Follow decline into this now group of 4 at the front of the race.
So good to see Matt Bostock and Arvid Decline getting up there. And Bostock will also be mindful of how close George Jackson is to Arvid Decline in that points classification. And also for Decline, as we said, if you can get out there, a little bit of drift room later on, and you can see how much the peloton is starting to stretch out here. Arvid Decline, again, the quality of a rider like Decline, notable, and lots of jumping around. Looks like Sasha Vimas also trying to get in there. And that break's come to nothing, and it's 7:11. They go for the second time. So that first break of the day, not the one that the peloton want to let go. And a lot of points. I would expect to maybe see. Would you expect Simon Pello to try and get clear here to get some? Because there's a lot of King of the Mountains points early on in the day as well.
Possibly. He's a good climber. So only actually have to get until 63 kilometres in for the first 4th category climb. That's only worth 2 points. There's a pretty good lead in that competition at the moment as well. 8 points clear of Luca Cavilli of Green Project Bardiani.
So if he can get himself to that Cat 1, that climb at Bentong, get 10 more in the bank there, or get some points scored on there. There's 15 at the summit of the all category Genting Highlands climb. It's just giving yourself enough, because if someone gets 10 on that first one and 15 on the second one, then you're potentially going to lose your King of the Mountains jersey.
It's kind of a difficult one. Tudor Pro Cycling, they do have the young German Hans Wilks, 21-year-old. He's probably my pick for them for today. 3rd overall in general classification of the Giro Next Generation, which is the under-23 Giro d'Italia. And has also finished 7th at the Tour de l'Avenir, which is the under-23 version of the Tour de France. So, 21-year-old, hoping to show his climbing legs today. He sits currently at 16 seconds on general classification as well, so he's there, not far off our best placed general classification rider, that is Simon Carr. He's 10 seconds down.
Nico Pareja on the attack again. Yesterday's attacker from 7-Eleven. What a style on the bike. He's so aero, isn't he? He's so compact on the bike. And this style, it takes so much core stability and power in his arms to be in this position.
Forearms right on the top of his handlebars. 2 riders are coming across. Looks like one of his teammates as well. Straight by. Come on, get on that wheel. Fight, mate. Now there's a group of 3. Getting close though. If that gap hasn't opened up in any time soon, we're only 7k now away from that first intermediate sprint. Do expect the sprinters in that points classification try and go for that, pick up some early points.
And then we'll go down the back. Harif Saleh, the sprinter. He's our man at the. He just chills out at the back most of the day. Harif Saleh. He'll be hoping that he gets an opportunity to get up there in the sprints. Malaysia's most successful stage winner here in Tour de Langkawi. So it's Nusantara and 2 members of 7-Eleven Click that are in the break. I didn't quite make out the other number of our other 7-Eleven rider that's got up there. We'll get an idea when we get close. But they're a team that are really riding into this race. 7-Eleven.
Yeah, they taking the race on. It's It's great to see. 2 of them in a break of 3. So it's a good advantage for a break sometimes when you've got a teammate. They're committed earlier on. We all start riding through. A little bit messier later on because they can start playing games, but at the first point, a lot more commitment to make sure you try and stay away. But I don't think the bunch are that happy with it. See the counter-attacks coming on the right-hand side of the road.
Back to our breakaway. And it is Ryan Tugawin that is up there. So it's number 171. So we're a lot of the time we're seeing some of our some teams for the first time. We haven't seen Ryan on the attack so far in the race. Good to see them both up there. And on my new favourite bike brand, the Elves bike brand. So we've got Pareja Tugawin from 7-Eleven and Ridwan from Nusantara. So this is a Malaysian bike brand. I love discovering new bike brands as well when we come to races, because the Polygon bikes look really nice as well.
Yeah, nice paint jobs as well.
Yeah. Driving on. This will be if they can get clear. I'm sure this would have been on the news last night in the Philippines. Always really get behind their team when they race here in Tour de Langkawi. So 3 riders working really nicely together. They've got straight into it.
Yeah, fully committed. You can see Pareja in a big turn there. You can see behind that peloton is still lined out. The racing hasn't stopped. The chase is still on behind. Plenty of people still wanting to make that move. You can see just up in the distance, right at the top hand side of the screen, that's the leading 3 riders. Still in sight for the peloton.
"7-Eleven," the supermarkets, of course, so famous in world cycling, the 7-Eleven team. If you're a subscriber to GCN and the Global Cycling Network and GCN Plus, there's a great documentary on GCN Plus about the history of the 7-Eleven team, and they go back and they meet up with with a lot of the riders and have a chat. I can recommend it. It's a great documentary. So you can see the history of 7-Eleven. So check it out. It's on GCN Plus. Our Malaysian national champion getting up there. We haven't got a time gap as of yet. Oh, we've got another rider coming in from Green Project Bardiani. So our Malaysian national champion, looks like Zarif has got back in here.
Looks like Gabulo, Green Project Bardiani. He's sat on though, he's not contributing. That tells me the peloton isn't far behind this group of 5 now.
But a really aggressive start to the day, as we would expect. Will this go clear? 5 riders now at the head of the race. What is there a sort of rule of thumb of when you generally get happy as a peloton to let it go with a number?
Yeah, something controllable really. You don't want a day. It's a difficult day to call actually, because the general classification is made up at leading now. Let's say are sprinters. So really it does fall on the likes of EF Education Easy Post. Are they just going to commit to controlling the breakaway and then giving Cepeda and Carr the chance to fight? If it's a smaller group, obviously that makes it easier. They have got such a strong team here. Think of Tom Scully. Could easily control a break of 5 like this and make sure the climbers, the GC riders, have got a chance at the end. You can see it's only 16 seconds. I think that really is due to that intermediate sprint. And Gaburo good climber as well. He's found himself in this breakaway. That might be the reason he's also sat on. But
Yeah,
we'll
get
see.
a little bit of a tow early on, maybe give himself a bit of an advantage getting into the climb, and get with someone like Gaburo, if he can go into the climb with a minute or so.
It might, yeah, and that changes the peloton then. Director Sportiefs in the car will take the numbers, find out if they're a danger for the GC. They're making them work to create the gap. It hasn't sat up behind just yet, anyway. Will mean the sprinters, the points are not on offer for them in that points classification either. That takes them out of the chase. Now only 2 kilometers away from that intermediate sprint.
Yeah, so that comes at Tanjung Malim with 113.5 kilometers to go. So our first objective of the day creeping up on us here. It's 26 seconds now is the gap. So it's getting out now towards that half-minute mark. But as John said, the peloton really making this breakaway work to get that gap. There's no sitting up at all. And you can see Ridwan from Nusantara just talking into that radio, rolling a huge gear on the back here. Gaburo looking around. Zarif just having a glance back over the shoulder. Our 2 7-11 riders, as you would expect, driving on. They're just checking. They've got 36 seconds now is the gap. Expect Gaburo to want the bonus seconds here, I would say.
I think so. He is laying off the wheel to give himself a bit of an acceleration, turning around, watching the riders, asking if anyone's going to go for it. Bit of a shake of the head. If they're riding for a result, there you go now. Gaburo opens up. 150 meters to go.
Zarif knows that he go just lock in on the wheel. Our 7-11 rider going over the top. Goes for that. Gaburo will be interested. I think so Gaburo sits at 16 seconds in the general classification. Rewind sits at 30 minutes and 55 seconds. And sometimes if you want a continuity of a breakaway and you want someone like Davide Gaburo to work with you to help you get clear, sometimes, and it's experience, isn't it, to know, okay, he's going for GC, I'm 30 minutes down, I know there's a few Malaysian ringgit on the line, but sometimes you have to give those things away in order to have someone like Gaburo 100% invested in trying to take your breakaway clear.
Yeah, obviously Gaburo's not going to contribute too much. He's still thinking about the finish as well. So yeah, it was a good sprint, but it looked like Gaburo would have only picked up 2 seconds bonus. Still, 2 seconds is better than none.
Yeah, we'll get confirmation on that as soon as we get confirmation on the line. It did look close, but it did look like it went to Brian Tugawin. But we'll get confirmation of that as soon as we can. That's our first sprint, and Bolton Equities Black Spoke are now on the front, trying to get clear. They've decided they want to try and get themselves up the road. And Henjiang are the team that are chasing hard. The Henjiang riders don't want to let these two go off the front here. Looking around, he's dragging the whole peloton with him as well, rather than getting clear. We've got a bit of a split as Nico Perejak tries to get back in here. His legs are going to be absolutely screaming after yesterday, aren't they?
And he went for that sprint. He was the one, everyone else sprinted. He tried to ride it at a good tempo. He will make it back. That would have taken a lot out of him. Here we are, confirmation of that sprint result.
So Ryan Tugawin gets it ahead of Davide Gaburo and Ayman Zarif. So 3-2 and 1 points, but 3-2 and 1 seconds. So Gaburo only takes the 2 seconds there for Bardiani, CSF. $62.7 to go will be our next prize along the route. So we got our first KOM of the day, which takes us to the Ramwell bypass. It's only 1.7k and it's 6.9%. We've got one more intermediate sprint at Gombak before we start the climb. Davide Gaburo here for the Green Project. Bardiani, CSF, making it into this this breakaway. Gaburo just looking around. Experienced rider Davide Gaburo, 30 years old. He's only had one career victory, but always consistent throughout his career. Davide Gaburo finished the Giro on 3 occasions. Just that one win in his few victories over the years. Lots of the sort of Italian Cup races, as you would expect from Davide Gaburo throughout his career, and he's raced for turned pro in 2012, raced for Green Project Bardiani, CSF, Faizan last few years, Androni Giocattoli. He's raced for Nero Sottoli, Amore Vita in his career as well. He's an experienced man to have with you in this breakaway, but look at the peloton all lined out, so the pressure is on behind. 15 seconds only is the gap. The peloton not wanting to let this one go yet. Little look back to the peloton. So Bolton Equities Black Spoke, Euskadel Euskadi, and Human Powered Health. They're going clear here. Width of these roads as well that the riders are racing on. Just getting directed now back over to the left-hand side. And these chasers, so 15 seconds is the gap back to our chasers. You can see on the front of the peloton, not happy, although the pressure's gone off the peloton, so it might play back into the hands of these 3 chasers that are trying to get clear here. Not really committed though at the moment, the 3 chasers. That kind of looks like the end of that one. Because as soon as you swing off on the front, you need the next person to come through, especially when everyone is chasing behind. Look at this pressure.
Yeah, it's bringing that group of 5 back. It's all down to Bolton Equities Black Spoke on the front. And it seems like no one else is helping either Bolton Equities Black Spoke rider. There's a nice little move actually, 3 riders and then another Green Project Bardiani rider has made it across. So of course he's not going to work. He has a rider up the road. He shouldn't come to the front.
And then our Euskadi rider, not wanting to come through.
But now, Green Project Bardiani on the front of the peloton with a rider at the front of the breakaway. Both riding up. One's driving the breakaway, one's driving what is pretty much the peloton.
Yeah. And that's all. You've got to be so quick, haven't you? If you're in that position, you've either got to get clear or not. You know, or you just take the pressure off straight away. It's not up to him to ride.
But you don't need to ride. If you have a teammate up the road, you use it to your advantage. You follow, and then even if you make a break of 3 that goes across, you can sit on and say, no, I have a teammate up the road. You do it. If we completely do break the peloton, and then you start contributing, because then it is a plus to have more numbers. But yeah, that was wasn't really needed, using a lot of energy for no gain in the slightest.
Even one jump like that can be the difference between the break going and coming back, can't it? Zarif driving on here for Terengganu, and the Malaysian national champion for Terengganu Polygon up here and in this move, and he really wants to try and get this clear. You can see the peloton behind. As we said, there's a lot of the fast men that are around the front. Arvid Decline coming through, just trying to get into these moves if they can, give themselves a fighting chance later on. Maybe some sprint points on our second sprint of the day at Gombak. Comes with 41.3 kilometers to go. Kaburo just grabbing an early feed here. And on a day like this as well, you know, feeding again, you have to have that feeding strategy right, don't you?
Yeah, with the flat out start we've had a flat out start, and then it's all about the finish. You still have to keep thinking about the finish. Still, we're flying through this stage. Really fast day yesterday, just over 3 hours of racing for 140 kilometers. Could be close to that again. Always, in a way, I do like those shorter stages. A lot more exciting. Racing and riders a lot happier to really go full gas for the whole day. And it's just over 3 hours. In my opinion, it makes some really good racing, actually. You see those short stages in the Tour de France and even at the Vuelta a España. Tough days as riders, but great as fans.
It's a daisy, you know, when you get up to the 180s, 190s, over 200k in a stage race, where your head just kind of hits the table at Brecky.
Yeah, a little, but of course, you race completely different when it's 80, 180, 190, 200 kilometers. You have the process of the breakaway goes, then you have that middle section of the transition until the finale. So it's always quite, you just have to keep riding and getting used to it. Obviously, you just go through that process in the middle section. A lot of the younger riders with Trinity Racing, the under 23s, always feel like, oh, my legs can't turn on, if don't feel blocked towards the end of the race. And the amount of conversations we have, it's like, yeah, unfortunately, it's the way it's going to be for the rest of your careers. You need to figure out a way of opening back up and being ready for the finish.
And you're feeding when you're at 180, 180, over 200k is completely different, is it?
Yeah, but you obviously have more time. It's more relaxed. You can almost remind everyone to eat and drink. Whereas these 3 hour stages, you could do the first hour like we have at the moment. Attacks going over and over, and then you end up going the second hour, carry on racing, and then that's when the bonk comes. But it's such great entertaining. Look at this, already in bits.
It looks like our race leader is trying to get into that move, George Jackson. As we head past the school, they're out cheering on instead of double maths this morning. Life can be good when that happens and the Tour de Langkawi comes to town. We're off for a little commercial break. Make sure you come back.
What's up everybody, welcome back to my channel, this is Aki. Today we are in Pahang, the biggest state in West Malaysia. It is located in the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia. With rich nature and biodiversity, Pahang offers a variety of tourist attractions. Not to mention, it is also famous for its perfect weekend getaways such as Genting Highlands, Bukit Tinggi, and Cameron Highlands. But this time we are going deep into the nature. Our first stop is Istana Lemuni, a complex of historical Terengganu palaces from the 1800s. They used to house the wife and daughters of Terengganu's Sultan. Lemuni is the name of earth with many benefits for mothers who have just given birth. Next to the palace is the restaurant called Lemuni Cafe, where you can enjoy high-quality kampong-style Malay cuisine surrounded with the traditional houses and peaceful nature. The food is not only beautifully served, but also tastes absolutely amazing. After the lunch, we checked in Canopy Villa Glamping Park, a luxurious glamping site nested in the lush rainforest of Benton. Each tent is spacious enough to accommodate 5 to 6 people, so it will be a perfect staycation if you bring your friends or family and spend a relaxing weekend in the forest. If you're looking for something wild, get yourself an ATV, enjoy a rough ride through forest and hills. We are back in Canopy Villa Glamping Park for dinner. They offer you the whole barbecue set including all the meat, vegetable, and seafood. It is a rewarding meal after the tough and challenging ATV ride. Before heading to the next activity, let me introduce one of Pahang's specialties. This beautifully woven silk fabric is called Tenun Pahang Diraja, the Royal Pahang weaving. Each cloth is carefully dyed and handcrafted by the makers. They have been used in official events and ceremonies by the royal family, and now widely loved by many Malaysian people. Let's go on an adventure through the coastal mangrove river in Rejoining. As you cruise down the river, you can spot the native wildlife such as crabs, lizards, snakes, and monkeys. Make sure to come back here at night to witness a beautiful magical moment created by thousands of fireflies. Next morning, we woke up at 4 and took a 4x4 to Sungai Lembing to catch the sunrise from Panorama Hill. Climbing up the super rough and foggy mountain road, we finally made it to the top. The view from the summit is breathtakingly beautiful. There's no time for resting as we need to head to the next destination, the Rainbow Waterfall. Because of the angle of the sunlight, the rainbow can be only seen around 9 to 10 in the morning. The time is limited, it's a challenging ride and hiking.
Welcome back to the Queen stage of La Tour de Langkawi. Thanks for your company today on stage 5 of the 27th edition of La Tour de Langkawi. 126.4 kilometers today from Slim River to the Genting Highlands, up into the high mountains of today's stage, up to the ore category climb, the outer category climb. We climb up to 1,644 meters at the end of today's stage on, you'd say, one of the famous climbs of world cycling, and definitely one of the most famous climbs on the Asia Tour. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through the Tour de Langkawi. And we expect the general classification to be turned on its head at the end of today's stage. You join us, 100 kilometers to go. 17 seconds is the gap back to our chasers. 20 seconds only to the peloton. So our breakaway group have worked hard to try and get a gap here this morning. And it is Nicole Pareja and Ryan Tugawan of the 7-Eleven team. It isn't actually, my apologies. We've lost Ryan Tugawan from the breakaway. We're down to 4 riders while we are away on our break. Davide Gaburo of the Green Project Bardiani. Ayman Zarif of Terengganu as our chasers get on to the breakaway. So getting up there for the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, we've got Matt Bostock and Logan Curry that have made it on to the group. And also just making in there, Carlos Canal Blanco has got up there for Euskaltel Euskadi. It's an interesting rider to get up there. He's a good mountain biker, is Carlos Canal. Interesting formation we've got now at the front.
Yeah, Bolton Equities Black Spoke made the right move here. They needed a rider in that breakaway. Really, realistically, they won't be riding for a big general classification battle. It's likely Jackson will lose that jersey today. But a rider like Logan Curry, good time trialist, maybe with a bit of an advantage if he hits the bottom of Genting Highlands. Be a really positive move for Curry. Bit of a strange one. Looks like Bolton Equities Black Spoke are on the front of the peloton. Maybe trying to slow things down. But again, isn't the way to slow things down riding on the front. He was getting aerodynamic. If you want to slow things down, sit up, slow that peloton down. I think we have a group in between this peloton and the breakaway as well. Let's see, this group of 6.
Ayman Zarif on the front for Terengganu Polygon. Just see into the Terengganu team car. They're just on the radio. Matt Bostock is a good rider to be in there. So there's Logan Curry. There's Carlos Canal Blanco in the orange of Euskaltel Euskadi. Gaburo just looking back over the shoulder, constantly just checking the Centura rider. So Mohammed Ridwan rolls a really big gear in this breakaway at the moment. There's Ridwan. Both riders just checking back. They're really not wanting to let things go here too much, this peloton. 26 seconds, 97 kilometers to go. And a shorter day, even with that big climb to come at the end to the Genting Highlands. This peloton really racing this full gas from the gun. There's Jambalad Sambayer, you can see there, for Terengganu, wearing 106. He was 11th on this stage last year from memory, Jambalad Sambayer. He finished in the top 10 overall. He finished 9th on GC last year. And we've seen him on the attack this week. He's a rider, Jambalad Sambayer, the national champion of Mongolia, who potentially because we've seen how well he's going on the climbs. He's someone that could spring a surprise this year.
Really could. Already with a bit of consistency and some results. This is the chasing group. Only got a look, and it's Saritsa, Gleb Saritsa, Gies van Hoek, Konachev of Corotexel Italia.
Arvid Decline's got in here as well.
Klein. Strong chase group. Trying to come across. A group of 6 trying to make it to the leading 7. Gleb, Saritsa and Decline following each other around. Winners of stage 1 and stage 2 of this year's Tour de Langkawi. So Alexander Konachev. There's some general classification riders. Again, it was only a group of 56, all pretty much on similar times, between at the maximum 16 seconds. Konachev is at 15th on general classification.
So Ryan up there for Cacheradal. Next, our chasers almost on here.
Look at the peloton there, though. You can see the danger. This is, if this all comes together, it's a group of 13 riders at the front. You don't want to be letting that, a group that big, get a big advantage.
And they've come together, so some sprinters there, and not just that, there's now some serious firepower in this front group with your Gleb Saritsa, your Arvin Declines, Gijs van Hooker, and this is a dangerous move now.
It is a dangerous move, and of course, when it is dangerous, EF Education Easy Post. Looks like Scully has made his way to the front. The Kiwi have to bring this break back, or at least control it. The man who could do it with quite easily, though. Man, he's full of power.
Look how quick he's just riding this one down now. EF Education Easy Post just riding down this breakaway. They know how dangerous all of those riders going clear is, and it's back together. 94 kilometers to go, 14 seconds was the gap being shown, and Gijs van Hooker deciding to go, and straight on it again is our man from 7-Eleven, Nicole Parija, really keen to get himself into a breakaway for the second time this week. It has been absolutely frantic since we kicked off here.
Completely frantic. They haven't stopped, and there's no time, and it doesn't look like it'll be anytime soon. Such a fast, flat stage all the way until around 100 kilometers in, and then we do start making our way uphill. Slight drags like this on the course, but generally speeds are going to be really high. Plenty of riders wanted to attack, and this time EF have moved to the front. Is that a sign in the peloton where they will now just control things? Simon Pilu of Tudor Pro Cycling, he's made it across to this group now. We now have 7 riders on the attack. This seems like a bit of a better move. EF Education Easy Post happier with that. They're almost just controlling things on the front of the peloton. They're not riding to bring it back instantly.
And now we see the experience of Pelo coming through, thinking, okay, if I can get clear here. He's 40, almost 40 kilometers in now to the stage. You think, right, okay, 92k to go. I can handle this now. To if I do want this KOM, and then if it's that busy in the peloton as well, you know, sometimes you're almost sometimes it's almost easier in the breakaway, isn't it?
Yeah. And almost his first finish line is at 18.9 kilometers to go when we crest the first category climb. He scores 10 points there from this breakaway if it stays away. Don't expect this breakaway to be given too much of a time gap though. Still some good riders in. We need to collect those numbers and see who's there. If there's any general classification riders. Again, around 56 riders between 10 and 16 seconds down on our race leader, George Jackson of Bolton Equities Black Spoke. There he is. There's that race leader.
And just off the front of the peloton, he's in a little move here. George Jackson looks like we've seen him a couple of times now, trying to it's almost trying to sneak into the leading group by stealth, in a way.
Of course, they're not going to ride and control things. If he clips off in a move, he just needs to go out and race. Bolton Equities Black Spoke doing exactly the right thing. That was the best tactic for them today. It's easy. We talked about yesterday having to protect and respect the leader's jersey. It's the done thing then. You're expected to ride on the front and control the peloton. But again, that's an unwritten rule. You don't have to do it. Of course, this is the Queen Stage General Classification Day. Jackson not the best climber in the world, so he knows his hopes of victory today. See at the back of the group now, Valgren puts his hand up. He will be heading back to the team car for some bottles, same as Bostock.
Little musette for Michael Valgren. Just try and fill up for the team. Just get that one. A very experienced rider is Michael Valgren.
It's a good way of doing it because you see riders pushing and shoving all the bottles down their jerseys. Think how many bottles he's got in that musette. It's around 6 or 7 at least. And it's quick. Look how quick and smooth that was. Take a musette, put it over your shoulder, and off you go. He heads back and gets a bottle from the car though for himself. And he's back in the bunch already. Think of the time that has been saved. By the time you take an individual bottle, shove it down your jersey, take another bottle, shove it down your jersey.
Yeah, and it is a neat way of doing it, isn't it? And he's just sort of stopped there and paused to just collect a couple of bottles for his own bike as well.
Yeah, I just got one bottle, put them in your bottle cage, and then yeah, you're back in the peloton in no time. Sometimes it's quite difficult. Of course, it is more difficult nowadays with, we talked about the aerodynamic skin suits, race suits that everyone wears. If the bottle goes all the way down your back, sometimes it's impossible to get out. It's awkward.
Yeah.
At least with the shorts and jersey, you could grab it from the bottom and pull the bottle out. But this is a telltale sign. The peloton seem to be happy with the makeup of that breakaway. First time we've seen today them really relax. Plenty of time now to go back for bottles. Bars open. Adam DeVos of Human Powered Health rolled up his sleeves. He wants to avoid the tan lines, obviously. Both sleeves rolled up.
Got to think of these things sometimes. We're getting to the off season, aren't we? You want to, if you're heading on the heading to the beach for the winter, you want to give yourself a fighting chance of a bit of a tan. Yeah. It's not easy, is it, as a cyclist to level out your tan lines? It's been one thing that cyclists have been trying to do for years.
Yeah, you can try as hard as you like, but when you come to racing and your sleeves are lower, you can always pick out a cyclist when they have a t-shirt on. See the tan line straight after.
Back to the Terangani car. We'll update you on your breakaway. We've got our full complement of our break now. We'll update you on exactly who is in there momentarily. Riders just dropping back. And at this point, you've started with a full jersey, and in terms of your pockets, your early food and drinks that you want to get you through the first part of the stage. And this is a point where you start to think about the next part of the stage in terms of what sort of food you want, what sort of gels you want, all that kind of thing, isn't it? Is it something as well that the food that you want changes throughout the stage from what you fill up on when you leave to this point?
In a bit, but you would be, again, it's a shorter stage today, going for gels. You want around, depends on the person, but around 100 to 130 grams of carbs in an hour. So as long as you're just keeping on top of that. See, gels sometimes are a bit too much.
So our breakaway is made up now of Nico Pareja of 7-Eleven, Maris Bogdanovic from Henjang, Chris Van Hoeken from Human Powered Health, Simon Pello, our King of the Mountains, there we go, it's confirmation on our screen. Got Manuele Tarozzi from Green Project Bardiani CSF, is Xavier Azassi from Euskaltel Euskadi. We've got Edward Puades in there for Kaku Rural, and Amiro Matsuki of Terengganu. That is our breakaway group. And a good complement of teams, good mix of riders that you've got in here. You've got some riders from the Asia Tour. You've got plenty of our international teams that have made it into this group. We have 86 kilometers to go, and if this break can pull out and the gap has gone, there you go. We've got a couple of chasers in the middle, but this gap has definitely gone. It's more than 12 seconds. I mean, if you look down the road, you'd probably say that's a minute plus. Looking down the road, yeah. Definitely up to about a minute and a half, I would say, looking at that gap down the road. They're not in sight.
Some chasers in between as well, in no man's land. It'll be hard for those. It looks like a small group as well. It'll be hard for those to close down. This is back at the peloton. You can see a lot more relaxed there. They're happy with this move now.
Next target for the riders will be the climb at Rawang Bypass with 62.7 to go. It's George Jackson that's in the middle. So our race leader is in between the peloton and the breakaway. Will they let him go? The teams that they think, do you know what? We're not sure that he can climb that well. Will they let him go? So from our breakaway to our chasers on the road, it looks like about 30 to 45 seconds. Looking, and the front on angle does foreshorten it, but maybe 30 seconds or so. We'll get some gaps as soon as we have them. It did look about a minute plus from our breakaway to that peloton behind. So we'll get as soon as we get some timing on that. We will update you.
Must be neutral service coming up to drop off some bottles.
I couldn't quite make out, and we go back to our Chasers EF on the front here. Peloton has let this go now. This gap is going to go out. And on a climb like Genting, the climbers could give this, they could pull back. You know, you need a gap of 6 minutes plus going into the foot of Genting to hope to stay away against a marauding horde of climbers.
Yeah, I'm sure this wouldn't be an issue.
1:30, we're being updated on our timing. So I wasn't far away, minute 30.
No, not far at all.
Will those chasers get on? We did have one of our St. George riders. I couldn't quite make out who it was. Maybe someone like Dylan Sunderland today, if he can get himself in there. So George Jackson, he's got one rider with him, has our leader's jersey. So good move by Jackson to get up there.
Yeah, smart move as well.
Pello keeping cool. Water over his head. And really working well together. Really fluid breakaway, this one. So 45 seconds we're being shown to Jackson. 1:30. It does seem like a timing like we've got another chaser, and then 2:30 back to the peloton, we're being told now. So 45 and 1:30 is the gap. And it's EF that are doing the work on the front. Tudor Pro Cycling behind them. Hannes Vilsch is the Tudor Pro Cycling rider that John Mould felt could be their man for the day today.
And it's working out really well for Tudor Pro Cycling. You know, you have a rider in the breakaway. If that doesn't stay away, they could be caught halfway up a climb. Then the rider, like Wilsh, has a teammate there. This is quite a good breakaway though. People close on general classification. Tarazzi of Brew Project Bardiani, he sits at 16 seconds. 25-year-old Italian. That gap now, confirmation there. 3 minutes 30 now to the peloton. Gone out in no time at all.
Still perfectly manageable, though, on a climb like Genting.
Yeah. Yeah, they wouldn't be panicking. But it's a good group. And the way they're riding at the moment, working so well together. Sometimes you always feel like there's chasers behind, and you'd expect them to sit up and wait for the other riders to come across. But with the size of this group already, they don't need to wait. They shouldn't wait. It's up to those chasers to make sure, or try as hard as they can to get across.
At 45 seconds, there's a chance that they'll sit there
For
now,
a long time.
all the way into the climb. But if they've got themselves almost 3 minutes, two of them may as well just sit there and work together, and give themselves a bit of room on the climb. So our Henjiang team up here with Baris Bogdanovic was up there in the sprint yesterday, was Bogdanovic, and this is the Henjiang team, and they've won stages of this race before on the Cameron Highlands with Huang Meiyin, the Chinese rider that won on Cameron Highlands in the past. Team that have been around for many years, our Henjiang. If you are just tuning in, our breakaway group, it took a while to go. The man there in the red from 7-Eleven. He's been a mighty breakaway rider over the last couple of days. Looks like they've decided now to just drop back. Doesn't look like they're going to get up to the breakaway. And it was Connor Sens from St. George. Do you think this is the right decision, that they feel they're not going to get on?
Yeah, they're not making it to that group. Not with two of them. It has to be a monumental effort. His Chase is behind, so maybe they can start working together with them, but all they're doing is now losing time. Fortunately, that group out front we have 8 riders rolling through, working well, and they're at a really high speed.
And it'll, even at this point, 3:30 can take ages to get caught.
They're saying, I can't hear anything on the radio.
Yeah.
That's because you're out of signal of the team cars. Once you get too far up the road and the team car's behind you, you don't get any updates, unfortunately.
Back up to the break, and they are working really, really well together, and you can see why they want to take themselves into Genting Highlands with as much advantage as possible. And in this sort of situation, a Simo Pello or someone like that would perhaps feel that going into Genting, if he can get 3 or 4 minutes, maybe going into the bottom with 4 minutes, someone of that sort of experience would fancy their chances of managing to still be up there come the summit. George Jackson just talking into his radio. Just to see if he can finally get a signal from the team car as to what's going on.
Taking off his mitts as well. Sign of heading back to the peloton.
And what a race he's had so far. I mean, it's with between his stage win and his second place yesterday and a day in the leaders jersey. It's been such a great race for him so far. They've been swept up by the peloton. The peloton catch our overall leader. So he is back in the fold. And it's Tom Scully that's on the front. It's up to him now to control things for the breakaway group. To the breakaway group. There's EF's climbers all lined up. Farudin Mazuki for Terengganu on the back. He's been a rider that's been really active so far this week. Alessandro Iacchi here for the Corotec Sella Italia team. Good to see that they're represented in there as well. Now we get it's kind of a little bit of a holding pattern now, isn't it, in terms of this group, because we know that they're going to go into Genting with some decent time, but the question is, it's going to be up to Tom Scully now to decide how much time they're going to give them.
Yeah, and there's 5 riders, all at 16 seconds down on our race leader, George Jackson. That means they're 6 seconds down on the highest placed general classification hope. That is Simon Carr via Education Easy Post. All left to Scully.
There's Pello, our King of the Mountains leader, looking to score some points and try and make sure that he keeps himself in that jersey. The Latvian, Maris Bogdanovic from Henjang. successful rider, Aris Bogdanovic. And I've got to say though, Nico Pareja from the Philippines, 23 years old from Philippines, 711 Click Air 21, Road Bike Philippines, to give them their full name. Give all the sponsors a shout out. He was the national under 23 road and time trial champion last year. You've got to say, over the last couple of days, I mean, he's been so impressive in getting in the breakaways, and how active he was this morning. Multiple attempts to get in the breakaway before he finally has it. He's in some really experienced company.
Yeah, he worked the hardest out of everyone in that breakaway, didn't he? Desperate to be there, pretty much from the beginning of the day. Hopefully he has saved a little bit. There's plenty of racing to come on today's stage.
That's just it.
QB's having a good chat there. That was Luke Mudgeway and Jules Jackson. They definitely are good at communicating with each other. Just saw a little stop on the left hand side there. For Isasa.
George Jackson. I think hopefully he will have. As a rider that is quite an interesting rider. He's one of those guys that clearly got a really good kick on him come the finish, and maybe that sort of rider that has got the sort of classics sort of build around him potentially.
Potentially a good. But he climbs well as well. That's the one big thing. He's not an out and out, full out sprinter. Still only 23 years old as well. Those tough days where it comes down to a smaller group or a reduced bunch at least, that suits him down to the ground, and that's why he won that stage 3 group of around 60 riders.
Farun Mazuki just having a word here with Simo Pello, and 31 now, the man here in the light blue and white colours and black from Terengganu Polygon, winner of the SEA Games road race this year. He's had some good success in his career. There's another famous stage race here in Malaysia. I have to check if it's happening this year. There's been quite a lot of races that have struggled since COVID and struggled with sort of getting sponsors and getting back onto the calendar. He's former Malaysian national road race champion. He won that back in 2019. And the July Malaysia race, he's had stages and points classification victories in July Malaysia in his career as well. That's one race that we'll see if it's come back onto the program. He's won the on stages Tour of Borneo in the past, and you just saw him there having a good chat with Simo Pello. Paul Double wearing 52 here with human powered health all around him. They would do well to invest in the British climate today. He was climbing well earlier on in the week, was Paul Double. These are the days where you have to deliver as a climber. These are the reasons why they bring you to these races as a climber, and this is when you have to deliver.
We had a little taster of things on stage 3, and we saw that really strong breakaway of 9 riders. That was Paul Double up the road, Simon Carr. Looked like it was going to be a general classification day. It all came back together, but today those climbers, those GC hopes, really, this is the day for them. This is the day they've been building to. So it's going to be interesting. They've waited long enough now. Riders, you can see human powered health. They have got round Paul Double. They don't need to ride on the front. They can leave it to EF Education first. And it's Scully with some help from Royja Online Insurance. I did notice at the front of the peloton last time. They must be looking after the hopes of Van Engelen.
We saw him up there as well, didn't we, in that breakaway?
Yeah, strong rider Van Engelen. One to watch today for Royja Online Insurance. 30-year-old. Raced for a long time in Asia. But always there or thereabouts. In general classification, second place is Tour of Egypt, fourth at the Tour of Iran earlier on this year. And third on GC, the New Zealand Cycle Classic way back in January.
There's the Malaysian national team. We'll see what they can do today. The whole team sort of sat here together now. Izzat Hilmi Abdul Halil, you've got Al Reda Misbah, Ayman Rosli, Zulhemi Zanal, Shafal Adiam Shukri, and Muhammad Zawi Asman. That is the makeup of the national team of Malaysia. Look at the line out though. You can see here under the pressure, 4 minutes we're being given is the gap with 72 kilometers to go. That is a decent gap now from our breakaway group. So Niko Pareja of 7-Eleven, Maris Bogdanovic of Henjiang, Gijs van Hooker of Human Powered Health, Simon Pella of Tudor Pro Cycling, Manuel Tarozzi of the Green Project Bardiani, Xavi Azassi from Euskadi, Edward Pradas of Kakhludal, Amaro Mazuki of Terenganu, and Alessandro Iacchi of Cortex Cella Italia. That is the group. A man here in the red from 7-Eleven. The real man that helped get this group clear. And it is a decent advantage. Gijs van Hooker doing the right thing, you would say. Getting up here, getting in the break, the big man in there in the orange and the purple colours of Human Powered Health. Just give himself some climbing room. But also it's that even if it's 500 metres for Paul Double on the climb, even if you can just give your climber just a little turn, a little pull. Because for him, the ideal point, because Genting Highlands, the climb, it kicks, as soon as we come off the main road, it kicks up and we climb for a long, long time. But we have this sort of section in the middle where we kind of drop down and we get the next ramp up. So ideally someone like Gijs van Hooker and the assistance that he could give, where if he can climb, he can get enough of an advantage to still be, I know we're kind of doing armchair DS here, but if you could get to that point and then be able to drive your climber into the next ramp, that would be perfect scenario.
That's the perfect scenario, but even something simple as a bottle and a gel, obviously he could get the last filled up with an extra water bottle in his back pocket. He knows he's not going to win the stage, some gels, and when double in the final 15k, when you're on your limit, a water to just chuck over yourself to cool you down, an extra gel because you don't need to carry them up the climb. Even something simple like that can make such a big difference. So obviously you can't feed from the vehicles or from the side of the road in the final 20 kilometers, but there's no rules stopping you taking bottles off teammates or taking anything like that. So even in the ideal world, it would be brilliant if you can do a turn, but even on the steepest slopes, let's say Gijs van Hooker is going to struggle. So something simple, just that bit of support when he needs it, could be the difference between winning and losing.
And as well, there must be that moment psychologically when you see one of your teammates ahead of you on a climb. And I imagine when you're a climber and when you're apps, I mean, you must just be you must just be wishing you had gills sometime as a climber, because you're breathing through your ears half the time. And maybe just psychologically, when you see one of your teammates ahead of you, it's like, as you say, just that bottle of gel, a word of encouragement and a little turn just to give you some encouragement.
Yeah, just know they're there anyway for you. Not that they'll be there for long. These climbers come past fast, trust me. When you're a sprinter and you've been out in the breakaway all day, and then they come past like nobody's business. Kern Farmer, Kern Farmer have joined the chase now. It's Ivan Kobo, he's come up to help. Tom Scully and Caja Royale sitting third wheel.
Then we've got Tudor and Arvid Decline. And Arvid on the first day, and I think when we look at the winners that we've had in this race so far, with Arvid Decline on day 1, Gleb Saritsa on stage 2, George Jackson on stage 3, and then yesterday with Daniel Babel, it looked on the opening day how well Arvid Decline was going, and sometimes in a race such as this you think, right, he's going to be the dominant sprinter, but I think it's brilliant that we've had four days and 4 different winners.
Yeah, it shows the strength in depth of the whole race and the teams. And of course, easy. You see it just shows how hard it is to get these lead outs right. When you see the great sprinters who are able to win multiple stages in any stage race around the world, it's the whole team effort and that. And just to do it over and over again is something that actually sometimes is taken for granted. Just shows this week 4 different winners, 4 different stages, pretty much from 3 large bunch sprints and 1 group sprint, a reduced bunch at least. It's always good for us. It's good for the teams as well, because in a way, if Decline, this man on your screen now, had won the first 2 stages, everyone would be looking to Tudor Pro Cycling to then control the peloton to give them a chance. With 4 different winners, for the teams, a bit more of a conversation, deciding who's going to control today. Or they just both say we'll have a rider each up the front.
And for Bolton Equities, Black's boat today, they can look at it and go, yeah, we got the jersey, we're proud to have the jersey today. And Jackson's already been off the front, he's already doing the jersey proud as the race leader. He looked to try and get himself into the break. Didn't happen today, they had got to within 45 seconds. But Iaki, Pareja, Tarozzi, Bogdanovic, Mazuki, Van Kerke, Izasi and Pello are your group. Tarozzi's an interesting rider as well, though, because he's 25-year-old Italian in the green, white and purple here for Bardiani, and he's had a good year. He started well in Tour of San Juan with King of the Mountains out there. Had a stage win in Tour of Rwanda on what was a fairly lumpy day. Went over Mont Kigali. And it was an HC category climb that he won. There was 2,159 meters of climbing on that stage in 115 kilometers.
A really tough day, and he ended up winning solo as well. Over 30 seconds to second place. One to watch, actually, in this group. It really is. Don't want to be giving him too much of a lead. Still, he is out there. He's going to be working harder than the likes of the GC competitors back in this group. You can see Valgrant number 5 sat in front of the British rider Simon Carr.
Big day for Simon Carr today. This is definitely a good opportunity for Simon Carr to take what is the lead in a very prestigious race.
Yeah, and of course, Carr, still only 25, picked up a brilliant stage victory at Tour of the Alps this year. That was from a breakaway, though. It's different. He hasn't been an out-and-out general classification leader with that pressure on your shoulders. Everyone riding for you all day, like they are today, all for Car's hopes. So it's a different feeling when you know the team have really backed you for the whole day. And let's be honest, for the whole of the 8 days of Langkawi, they came here with an idea of Car winning the GC. So sometimes when that pressure's on, you feel the legs a little more. You start to worry about how you're feeling. He just needs to do the process like he always does. Really aggressive at times though. Very strong when he does get away on his own. But with this tough climb, he needs to be patient. He can't be going too early. If you go and end up heading your way up the road, don't know what can happen behind. They're quite far back at the moment. That is totally fine. Jefferson Cepeda sat on his own a little bit further up. Should just get together and ride together.
We're on to our next KOM. We're on to our next King of the Mountains, and the man there in the polka dot jersey will be looking for the 2 points at the summit. Kees van Hooge pedalling through in the orange and purple of Human Powered Health. Xavier Zassi from Euskaltel Euskadi takes up next. Nicole Pareja from 7-Eleven. Great ride so far by the man from 7-Eleven. Torazzi goes through, and then Bogdanovic riding for this Henjang team, man from Latvia. Done quite a bit of cyclocross over the last couple of seasons as well. Bogdanovic. Matsuki. Could be a day where he pulls a sneaky ride here for Terengganu. Simon Pello. And we would expect in this scenario as well for the rest of the breakaway, would you say to perhaps respect the KOM, or do you think they'll still battle it?
I don't think there's any need for anyone to go for the King of the Mountain points. They might battle it. Marzuki is the only one that would be quite close. He has scored some points already in the mountains classification from his day out in the breakaway. He's on 3 points. 4 points, sorry. Getting a little extra point. He is still 16 points down on Simon Pelu. Only 2 and 1 on offer at the top of this 4th category climb.
And then beyond that, we have our intermediate sprint at Gombak with 41.3 to go. And then we head on to our Cat 1 climb at Bentong before we drop down, little loop back, and then up Genting Highlands. So the anticipation for today, we're waiting. 1 kilometre to go to the summit of our climb. And Palo just setting the pace here. The experienced man from Tudor Pro Cycling, looking to really make this KOM competition his own. Riders dropping back to the team car for a feed. Not always the most ideal time when you're coming into a KM, but it's not a big climb, this one, is it?
No. It's a tough little time there, though. You have to be patient. When you do call your car up, the car can come up to you, behind the commissaire. So you see riders heading back towards the convoy. You just need to wait for the car to come to you, and then you can pick up bottles. No point going back and looking for your team car. You go further back, then you just take yourself out of the back. And we talked about the King of the Mountain prize. Bit of a conversation there going on between Marzuki and Pulu.
Pedaling through towards the front, and they want to keep this, keep the continuity of this breakaway group. You want to try and keep the fluidity of it. If they start jumping around, then they will lose some seconds, and those seconds can become really important as they get into Genting, if they're looking for, as they would be, a fighting chance of taking it all the way to the summit. As we've said, riders like Torozzi in here might fancy their chances of staying clear if they can. So Yaki for the Corotec team now, just in front of Simon Pelot. So it's a Cat 4 climb. So 1.7 kilometers, average is 6.9%. As Hayes van Hoek just grabs a bottle, sticks it down his jersey, just to. And again, there's sometimes you get that cooling that you want to just grab an extra bottle of water that you can just tip over your head. Pelot is going to line this one up for the points at the top. Mazuki's going to follow him, but Pelot's just going to make sure that he gets the 2 points scored in the bag here. Looks back over his shoulder, the experience of the Swiss man, just to make sure that no one's going to try and pull a cheeky one here. The rest of the breakaway group, respecting the King of the Mountains leader, they know he's got a big advantage over the rest of them, 20 points. So he takes 2, Pelot just ahead of Mazuki. Mazuki has scored points previously, but nothing of the level. Just a little hand up there from Simon Pelot. Job done, 2 points, 22 points now.
Yeah, a little thank to the breakaway. Just thanks them for allowing him to take maximum points there. Mazuki was smart as well. He's another rider who scored points in that classification. So he didn't go into battle with him, but he did pick up an extra point, which is a wise move, actually. You never know what can happen in the later stages. So don't be sacrificing 3 points when you can get them. He moves up to a total of 5. Still quite far down on our Tudor Pro Cycling man.
Long sweeping descent that we have ahead of us. And this road that we're on here, this is the sort of road on the run end down towards Genting. Look at that. It is, I honestly say I've been coming to Malaysia for over a decade, and its absolute beauty never ceases to surprise me. It's just absolutely stunning. I need to bring my gravel bike out here. I think that's the next thing I'm going to be doing, is just bringing that out and just exploring, because there is a lot. If you're I know it's the I've been doing my gravel for most of my life because I'm a cyclocross rider, but now the trend towards gravel bikes, it's everyone wants to come and explore some gravel, and there's plenty out in this part of the world. Come and check it out. There's confirmation of your climb. So the Cat 4 climb, Simon Pelot extends his lead in the King of the Mountains classification. Amiro Matsuki takes the 1 point. Sensible riding by him, just to make sure that he keeps himself in there with some points scored in that classification. But our breakaway group have 61 kilometers to go. The gap is 3 minutes and 40 seconds back to the peloton. We are heading towards our next objective, which is the Cat 1 climb of Bentong. The summit of that comes with 18.9 kilometers to go. It's an 8.8 kilometer climb. It averages 4.1%. You're off for a short commercial break. Make sure you come back.
We made it in time. Hearing the sound of waterfall, feeling the mist all over my body, I'm speechless in awe of beautiful creation by the Mother Nature. The local tour guide prepared Maggie for us as lunch. This is the taste of Maggie I would never ever forget for the rest of my life. Kuantan is the capital city of Pahang. It is located near the mouth of Kuantan River. The iconic landmark, Kuantan 188, is the tallest observation tower in the east coast and the second tallest in Malaysia next to KL Tower. On top of Kuantan 188, you can try extreme activities such as skywalk over the panoramic view of Kuantan City and Kuantan River. Next, we came to Taman Negara. After eating lunch in Dan's Eco Resort, we hopped on a boat for a rapid shooting. There's no doubt this is the roughest boat trip I've ever been on. Estimated over 130 million years old, Taman Negara is one of the oldest rainforests in the world. Spanning over 4,000 square kilometers, Taman Negara has been a home for a wide variety of animals and plants for a very long time. Our final destination is Kuala Ganda National Elephant Conservation Center. One of their goals is to rescue elephants that are often in the poaching or logging and raise them until they can be reintroduced to the wild. The experience in Pahang gave me an opportunity to realize how blessed we are to be able to enjoy such beautiful nature. It is our responsibility to protect and pass it down to the next generations. Thanks, Pahang. Until next time.
Welcome back to stage 5 of La Tour de Langkawi. We're into the mountains, and it has been a very fast start to today's stage. There's your race leader, just going past the turquoise leader's jersey of George Jackson from the Bolton Equities Blacks boat team. Managed to try to get himself into the breakaway group, got close, didn't quite make it though, did Jackson, but good to see the overall leader making that attempt to get into that breakaway. 57 kilometers to go, 3 minutes and 38 seconds is the gap back from our breakaway group. Nico Pareja here in the red and white and green colours of 7-Eleven. You got Amaral Matsuki from Terengganu in the light blue and white colours. Maris Bogdanovic there in the blue colours, light blue, dark blue colours from Henjiang. Manuele Tarozzi from the Green Project Bardiani, he's in the green and white. Simon Pello here in our white and red polka dot jersey as the King of the Mountains. Gijs van Hugge dropping back there in the orange and purple for Human Powered Health. Xavi Azassi here from Euskaltel Euskadi in the orange. Alessandro Iacchi in those maroon and blue colours for Coritex Sella Italia. That is the makeup of your breakaway group. Some dangerous riders in here potentially. The likes of Manuele Tarozzi of Green Project Bardiani. Some good success in his career. Simon Pello, very experienced man, the Swiss rider from Tudor Pro Cycling. And we've got to say, the man of the breakaways the last couple of days, this rider here from 7-Eleven Click by Road Bike Philippines. Nicole Parija from the Philippines. Gutsy rider, the 23-year-old from Philippines. And this 7-Eleven team really acquitting themselves admirably, as they always do in Tour de Langkawi. The Philippines team are always willing to go on the attack. Real gutsy group of riders are the riders from Philippines, and they show year on year why they deserve their place in this race. And he has been a really aggressive rider, fought so hard to get into the breakaway today, did Parija. So good to see him in there. Manuele Tarozzi in the green and white there from the Green Project Bardiani. Take stage win. That stage win he took in Tour of Rwanda, as we said a little bit earlier on. Big climbing day. Won it solo. This is the beauty of this stage, though, John, and it always has been. It's a sort of day where someone can just completely surprise everyone. We can have riders, and we've got such an international field, and while riders may have been performing in different level races around the Asia Tour and different parts of the world, you know, you come to Genting, there is nowhere to hide today. And if you are a climber, if you've got that talent, you've got that ability, all of a sudden you can put yourself right up there, and teams around the world will be like, oh, okay then.
Yeah, it's a complete test. Flat day until the climb as well. So sometimes everyone looks towards those GC hopes and pick out, and we've gone through the start list and found the riders we think would be fighting for victory today. Of course, some riders are always missed. An opportunity for so many riders. Short stage, you hit that climb, people don't react straight away, you could open up a gap and then you just go and you give everything to the top. A really tough day, tough finish to the climb. As you say, it's a good opportunity for some riders to show what they can do.
There's plenty more King of the Mountains points on offer. So for Pello, we say it time and time again, it doesn't always happen, that we would expect King of the Mountains to try and get into the breakaway group. Because if he can get that 10 points at the top of Bentong, which looks like he should, he then puts himself then on 32 points, which means no one's going to steal it right on the line from him today.
Yeah, he should be good with that first category climb. Of course, even if you can hang on and make it to the top, even if he doesn't hang on for victory, the points at the top of that final climb of the day go all the way down to 8th place on the stage. 15 points for victory. Great insight in the team car here, going through the bottles on the passenger seat, cool box on the left.
You can see how the mechanics laid out in the back. You got your ice socks here as well.
Yeah, and he's making the ice socks, passing them up. Wheels to his right, all the spare wheels.
So basically, you get a pair of ladies' tights, and you cut them up, and you tie knots in either end,
yeah,
and you put your ice cubes in them.
Fill them full of ice.
And we're seeing that more and more. There's so much research, isn't there, into, because it's one of the most uncomfortable things as an athlete and as a rider when you're overheating. So this point on the top of your neck is one that cools you down, isn't it? And cooling is such an important part of cycling now.
Yeah, so key. Once your body overheats, It's so hard, and it actually is near enough impossible to then try and cool yourself down when you're in the middle of a race. So you need to stay on top of it, keep it under control. That's where the ice socks are so key. You can see Gies van Hooker just on the top of his neck. That's where the best place is. Helps the strong pulse there. That keeps the. If you cool that bit, that cools the blood within in the whole body. Basically, it's what you try and do. So you want to try and cold water over your head on your neck, and then on your pulses, even on your wrists, are a good place to pour the water as well. That keeps and brings the temperature down as much as you can.
You almost want a couple of sweatbands where you could tuck some ice cubes up.
Yeah,
there,
you could do. It would be another idea.
Throw back to the 80s.
Yeah,
little wristbands there.
And you can use it to wipe your forehead off as well. Multitasking.
I know it's one of those things that they've done a lot of. They used to do a lot of testing within rally driving and Formula One in terms of the cooling suits that they would have for drivers. Was the cooling system that they would create within the suit to keep it under control, because you can go out and ride your bike in the heat, but racing it's I suppose when you overheat and when you go too far over the edge, I suppose it impairs your thinking, impairs your, not just your performance but also mentally as well, in decision making and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it impairs a hell of a lot actually. Of course, you can't have a cooling suit like in Formula One and rally driving. You're in shorts and jersey or a race suit. So you have to try and find the ways. But even before the stage starts, it's all about trying to keep cool then.
And the cooling vests that we see riders warming up, they wear them before the start. Is that something that you put in the fridge or a freezer the night before?
Yeah, it's kind of like a bigger ice pack. You have a ice pack in your freezers at home. Surely those ones you can buy online. Fill up the water. It's exactly the same. It's just a vest. Looks like a bulletproof vest kind of thing, just full of ice cubes, and you stick that on. There's different ones, of course, that are water, and it's all about just, especially warming up for the riders, especially for a time trial. You see it's so prevalent, especially in the summer days, because of course even with the fan on, you really heat up when you're on the turbo, especially trying to warm up for a time trial.
And I suppose it's different at this time of year when you come to Asia from Europe, because we've had you go through a French, Italian, Spanish, British summer where it is quite hot, but when you come from early, sort of early on in the year when you come to Asia and you've come out of the winter and you come here and the temperature, and it is the heat here is very different, isn't it, to maybe the heat that you get in Europe.
Yeah, it is a lot more humid. You can do things to try and adjust to it. Turbo sessions within heated tents, you're trying to up the humidity. Same as way. Now, of course, you can use altitude training, but it's hard to really adjust. Even if you prepare yourself as much as you can, feel it as soon as you leave the airport, you leave the air conditioning, it hits you. Welcome back to Asia, and welcome back to Malaysia as well for all these riders. And you are right, those early season ones are really tough. You can see the years gone by, Tour Down Under, that was January time. So many riders from the World Tour would head out early, 3 or 4 weeks before Down Under, and get really used to the temperature. Some days down there in Australia could be 40 degrees at points. So you just need to get your body used to that before you try and turn up and just start racing, especially from Europe.
And as you go through, I suppose as well, riders that might race a lot in Asia, Green Project Parmigiani are a team, they're a European team, but we see them racing a lot in Europe. And I imagine, is it something that as a rider, as you go through your career as well, all of a sudden your body starts to just adapt, so you'll go back somewhere and your body's kind of almost got acclimatized memory, like muscle memory in a way, that your body starts to adjust and reacts and would react differently the more you do something.
Yeah, definitely. And in a way, some riders work well in the heat, other riders don't work well in the heat. Some riders actually work and can perform really well when it's cold, the other extreme, and then other times riders, their body really does shut down when it's a cold day. So, of course, that's the one thing with sports science across the board for everything. You look at nutrition, you look at training, you look at exactly how we're talking about heat and weather changes. Every single athlete is different. Unfortunately, there is no one size fits all. Every rider reacts differently. Some riders react in a really positive way to the heat, other riders don't, and you can only do so much. The key thing, of course, is hydration for the riders. Then they have to do the simple thing. They need to make sure they're having the right amount of carbs for the whole day. And then, of course, if you're taking bottles with carbohydrate mix in, sometimes now you can have over 80 grams of carbs in some of these bottles. But when you do that, you drink a bottle, but then you get no hydration benefits from having that bottle. So you might think I've had 4 bottles, but say if they're full of carbs, even if it's a 40-gram carb mix, around half of that is used in the digestive system to help you digest the carbohydrates. So actually, you've only had 2 bottles when you're thinking you're having 4 amount of liquid and hydration. So there's so much different things to play.
And are you still generally 1 bottle of carbs and 1 bottle of water you would look to try and have on your bike?
Some riders, yeah.
Or would you grab a carb bottle and drink it and keep, on a really hot day, keep your water on your bike?
Yeah, water. Hydro tabs are really important as well. Get this, like the salts, everything replaced. Depends on your nutrition partner as well for each team. Everyone has different nutrition partners. They have different. They all have good points and bad points. Some nutrition partners don't have any sodium or electrolytes within their energy drink mix. So then you have to think about replacing that. This is why the top teams with nutritionists really look into detail of what needs to be done. You eat and you drink exactly what you need. But I did notice the other day, EF Education Easy Post, they had 750 bottles. They had way bigger than 500ml bottles on in those early stages. And of course, if it's as it has been, those sprint days in the middle section, but why not? There's not really that much extra weight. The benefit of being able to be hydrated outweighs carrying an extra half a kilo on your bike. I have to completely agree with that. Normally standard size bottles for racing is 500ml, but when they're full, riders do, of course, it is all about power to weight, so riders do worry a bit about weight. But when you're climbing, yes, it makes a huge difference. But on the flat and you're moving fast, in the grand scheme of things, and you'll be sat in the wheel, it's not making too much difference.
And then we get into a climb, but we're on a long climb like Genting. It's hot. And as you said, you don't want 2 full bottles on your bike you're climbing, but then I suppose logistically for a team, then you're trying to think about, okay, how do I get enough bottles up to my climber on a mountain?
Yeah, it'd be interesting. Sometimes they open and leave the feeding open longer than 20k. It is actually up to the commissaires for every stage. They can, if the weather protocol, if it's hot temperatures, cold temperatures, anything like that, they can extend the feeding. The standard set rule is 30 kilometers in, you can start feeding from the car and the side of the road, and then from 20 kilometers to go. But sometimes on the hot days they open it up earlier and leave it open for a little bit longer. I'd expect them to do something similar on today's stage. Expect them to extend it at least maybe until 15k to go. That opening bit of the climb when we come off the highway. That would be plenty of time for one last bottle at least. Feeding should close after that descent middle. A little bit of a respite before we start the final 8 kilometers climb up to Genting Highlands. But this is another reason we talked about the advantage of having someone in the breakaway. And that final 8k on a hot day like that, if you've got someone who's been in that move, who can just top it with bottles before he's caught from his team car, and pass them out to your GC hopes in the final 8k. And we say it always feels crazy when you say, oh, it's only 8k left, and you feel like that isn't much time or distance left of racing. But just for a bit of information, the Strava King of the Mountain, fastest ever rider up here, is in 24 minutes. So that's a long way actually, nearly close to half an hour of racing, or just short. So if you do run out of bottles or out of liquid, trust me, 20 minutes is a long time.
Yeah, it's a world. It can go. Your world can unravel quite quickly, can't it? When you're starting to dehydrate, because when the tipping point when you start to dehydrate, is there any way back when you start to dehydrate?
No, not really. Once you've gone past that limit, this is why it's so important. You don't see it coming either. It'll just hit you, and then suddenly. And that's the most obvious one, is like if you're desperate for a drink and you really want one, it's too late at that point.
It's that breakaway. Just to give you another update on who's in here. Iaki from Cortec, Parisia from 7-Eleven, Tarotsi from Green Project Bardiani, Bogdanovic from Hedjang, Matsuki from Terangani Polygon, Van Hoeke from Human Powered Health, Izasi from Uskatel Uskadi, and Pello from Tudor Pro Cycling. So Prades. So we got in our group, the makeup of our group here. Matsuki just going through. There is Izasi. Just getting keeping some cool. He's been listening to us. It's our man from the 7-Eleven team, from Nico Parisia, who sits. Let's run you through who is where in our breakaway group. So Green Project Bardiani, Manueli Tarozzi sits 53rd at 16 seconds. Hayes van Hooker is 21st at 16 seconds. Alessandro Iaki is 28th at 16 seconds. And then we have 26th overall is Simo Pello at 16 seconds. And you've got Madzuki, who's 89th at 30 minutes 55. Maris Bogdanovic is 109th at 31.05. Nicole Parisia is 79th at 30 minutes and 54 seconds. So quite a few riders up there in the general classification at 16 seconds down on general classification. So with Simo Pello in 26th, Iaki in 28th. Pello's our virtual leader on the road, as well as our King of the Mountains. 3 minutes and 6 with 44 kilometers to go. Our next objective is in Gombak. That is our intermediate sprint at 41.3 kilometers to go. 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds on offer at our next intermediate sprint. And just going on our Strava section before we get to that, who is our leader who's got the Strava record up here?
So the Strava currently Benjamin Dybel, the Australian. He won to the top of Genting Highlands in 2019, 24 minutes and 32 seconds, averaging around 360 watts for that 24 minutes. Topple, not sure on his weight, but that, from seeing him at a few races recently with Trinity Racing, I'd say around 62, 63 kg. A strong Australian though, Topple. Been around for a long time now, actually. One of those riders really on the Asian scene. Winner of Tour of Taiwan, Tour of Thailand, Tour of Langkawi, GC overall. Did spend 1 year with NTT Pro Cycling at the World Tour level as well. So Topple, a really good climber. No wonder he did take stage victory. Not here this year. Took the win back in 2019.
We're heading towards the sprint in Gombak. Will our breakaway sprinted out for it? Will they roll through? The objective is to get as deep into the Genting Highlands as they can with as much of an advantage as they can hold on this climb. Alessandro Iacchi here for Corratec Sella Italia, just drops back to the car. Corratec, that bike brand, Sella Italia, the saddle brand. Here's our next generation of Malaysian riders. Great to see the young boys and girls getting out to celebrate as they come through Gombak. Looks like Tarozzi going through there to take that one. We'll get confirmation of that momentarily, but it did look like our Green Project Bardiani rider, Manuele Tarozzi, taking 3 bonus seconds, and that would put him at 13 seconds, so that means he would leapfrog Pello and now would make him the virtual leader on the road.
Yeah, virtual leader. They didn't sprint for that, but Tarozzi did make a little bit of an acceleration to make sure he went across the line first. Smart move, pick up extra 3 seconds. But you can see how well that peloton is able to control this group, all stretched out between Casa Royale, Equipe Kern Pharma and EF Education Easy Post, now down to 3 minutes and 6 seconds. They really are giving their general classification riders the best chance at victory today. See our EF Education rider just making his way back up with some bottles for the team. That is Jardy van der Lee, stagiaire for the team.
And there's confirmation. Manuele Tarozzi takes the sprint ahead of Gijs van Hooker and Fakwukin Matsuki. So 3, 2 and 1 points. 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds. You're off for a short commercial break. We're heading to the Genting Highlands. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you come back.
What's up everybody, welcome back to my channel, this is Aki. Today we are in Pahang, the biggest state in West Malaysia. It is located in the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia. With rich nature and biodiversity, Pahang offers a variety of tourist attractions. Not to mention it is also famous for its perfect weekend getaways such as Genting Highlands, Bukit Tinggi, and Cameron Highlands. But this time we are going deep into the nature. Our first stop is Istana Lemuni, a complex of historical Terengganu palaces from the 1800s. They used to house the wife and daughters of Terengganu's Sultan. Lemuni is the name of earth with many benefits for mothers who have just given birth. Next to the palace is the restaurant called Lemuni Cafe, where you can enjoy high-quality kampong-style Malay cuisine surrounded with the traditional houses and peaceful nature. The food is not only beautifully served, but also tastes absolutely amazing. After the lunch, we checked in Canopy Villa Glamping Park, a luxurious glamping site nested in the lush rainforest of Bentong. Each tent is spacious enough to accommodate 5 to 6 people, so it will be a perfect staycation if you bring your friends or family and spend a relaxing weekend in the forest. If you're looking for something wild, get yourself an ATV, enjoy a rough ride through forests and hills. We are back in Canopy Villa Glamping Park for dinner. They offer you the whole barbecue set including all the meat, vegetable, and seafood. It is a rewarding meal after the tough and challenging ATV ride. Before heading to the next activity, let me introduce one of Pahang's specialties. This beautifully woven silk fabric is called Tenun Pahang Diraja, the Royal Pahang weaving. Each cloth is carefully dyed and handcrafted by the makers. They have been used in official events and ceremonies by the royal family, and now widely loved by many Malaysian people. Let's go on an adventure through the coastal mangrove river in Rejoining. As you cruise down the river, you can spot the native wildlife such as crabs, lizards, snakes, and monkeys. Make sure to come back here at night to witness a beautiful magical moment created by thousands of fireflies. Next morning, we woke up at 4 and took a 4x4 to Sungai Lembit to catch the sunrise from Panorama Hill. Climbing up the super rough and foggy mountain road, we finally made it to the top. The view from the summit is breathtakingly beautiful. There's no time for resting as we need to head to the next destination, the Rainbow Waterfall. Because of the angle of the sunlight, the rainbow can be only seen around 9 to 10 in the morning. The time is limited, it's a challenging ride and hiking.
Welcome back to stage 5 of La Tour de Langkawi. 126.4 kilometers today. We're heading towards the climb of Bentong, which leads us into Genting Highlands. 2:56 is the gap from our breakaway. Back to the peloton being led by Tom Scully and Leonardo Basso of EF Education, Easy Post and Astana, Kazakhstan, respectively, with the Rejoining online insurance team in the white and blue jerseys with the orange helmets getting up there and sat third in line. And they do have a strong climber in their team, the Rejoining online insurance team, with Adnik van Engelen. So they're working hard for him. Your breakaway group is made up of Niko Pareja of 7-Eleven, Maris Bogdanovic of Henjiang, Rees van Hoeken from Human Pad Health, just coming through to the front here. You have Simo Pello in the King of the Mountains, white jersey with the red polka dots. Manueli Tarozzi in the green, white and purple of the Green Project Bardiani CSF, Javier Zassi from Euskadi, Amaro Matsuki from Terengganu, Polygon, and Alessandro Iaki of the Corotec Sella Italia team. The virtual leader now on the road is Manuele Tarozzi of Green Project Bardiani. He has taken 3 bonus seconds, and that now puts him at 13 seconds in the general classification. Started the day at 16 seconds and just stealthily crept up there. Took a few seconds. And that puts him in a good position. So the King of the Mountains classification, we've gone through the first one. I just had a bit of an update. So it's now 22 points for Simo Pello, to Luca Cavilli, who has 12. Scalco, Matteo Scalco has 11 points. Matsuki of Terengganu here now has 5 points in that King of the Mountains classification. So he's just been making sure he scores a few points, keep himself in striking distance. There, you see Manuele Tarozzi just keeping himself cool, just tipping that bottle over his head. 256. So Scully and Basso doing a great job behind the two of them in controlling what is a really efficient, very, very fluid break.
Yeah, a solid breakaway. But this is the road that takes us to the beginning of Genting Highlands now. Narrower than we've seen for a lot of the day. It's quite twisty. This is the old road up to the top of the mountain. There is the bigger bypass just to the left of these riders. Of course, we aren't riding on that. We are riding the old road. And it's twisty, technical, and from around 29 kilometers to go, we pretty much go uphill all the way to the finish. A few little descents in between. We crest the top of this first category climb. Once we start climbing, we then enter the big main road that is at the base of Genting Highlands. We go down one side of the highway really fast, come round the roundabout, we head our way back up, and then we begin that final tough climb of 8 kilometers all the way to the top. So this, we've seen a big battle to make this breakaway. They fought well to get there.
And make no mistake, Genting Highlands is a brute. And it's the last 4 kilometers of this climb that really, it's the bit that everyone says, it just last 4 kilometers, last 4 kilometers. You know, it's just, it gets steeper and steeper as we go all the way to the summit of the Genting Highlands. It is a very, very tough climb that the riders have ahead of them.
Really difficult.
Rujai and Kakarural here really invested in this chase as well.
That's the thing, it is a technical little run and twisty all the way up this climb. Not too steep, but positioning is key. You end up, there is time to move round, but you don't want to be using up a lot of energy and big efforts to close gaps when you don't need to, because potentially when we hit this first category climb, riders could start going backwards. The pace could be too high, a gap opens up, you have to make a big effort to close it. That's why the breakaway now trying to get their last few bottles.
Just get ready for this final climb. If you run through the, you know, so the final 8.8 kilometers, which is the part that they categorize as the final part of Genting Highlands, for the K's at the bottom, so average is 6.5, 6.6, 8.2, 8.5. They get a little bit of respite, 6.9. Then we go average 11.8%, 11%, 6.9%, and 10.7% as it kicks up towards the summit. So as we all say, the final 4K of Genting Highlands, and it maxes out at somewhere between 15 to 19%. But it's a very different climb to, if anyone's watching that might have watched the Tour de France or the Vuelta or the Giro, a big climb like this, because it's not narrow, it's really, really wide. So it's quite disconcerting in a way. It perhaps sometimes doesn't quite do the steepness of the climb justice, perhaps because it's so wide.
Yeah, and it's a good surface as well, so that makes a little bit of difference. You have a bit more higher speed. But actually, you can see now, Simon Pelou putting his breakaway companions into trouble. Riders are starting to struggle, and the gap is coming down really fast. Categorie Royale now at the front of the peloton. They've pushed on.
In this situation, for someone like Pelou, is it a question of, okay, I know what numbers I can hold on a climb like this? For him, his objective will be to get to that next King of the Mountains point, to get the 10 points on offer there. But for him, the objective potentially is also to just see how far into this climb he can go to perhaps put himself into, still be up there come the finish.
Yeah, I think he just needs to get over this first category climb. Once he does that, he's done his job. He then looks after the hopes of his general classification rider in Tudor Pro Cycling, and that's Hannes Wilksch. They've been all round him all day, number 35. Be interesting to see what you can do with the young 21-year-old. We've talked about Simon Carr, Cepeda, Paul Double, but the young German 21-year-old, up and coming in the world, is this his chance to show us what he can do.
And Categorie working here. Callum Johnson, perhaps, for Categorie amongst others.
Edward Paredes, another good bet. Experienced 36-year-old Paredes. He's had some big victories in his past, part of the Categorie Royale team for a long time, since 2015. 2 years with Movistar, 1 year with Delco Marseille. A long time since he took a big victory, but a GC win at the Tour of Norway, Tour of Turkey in 2018, and even a win at Coppa Sabatini way back in 2015. But that is a tough race. So a good chance for him.
So there's an idea of where our leaders are on the climb. Gives you a good view of just the trees, the forest, on the bottom here of the Genting Highlands climb. We're on board with Terengganu Polygon in the team car, and we're running in now to our next climb. The summit, the points in this next climb come with 18.9 kilometers to go. It's 8.8 kilometers in length, averaging 4.1%. Hello and welcome to stage 5 of Le Tour de Langkawi, the 27th edition of this race. You join us for the Queen stage to the Genting Highlands. Let's take a look back at stage 4. And it was another day for the sprinters and a fast day out there. We had multiple breakaways early on in the day and a little bit of rain. And it was Yarawat of the Thailand Continental team who was chasing the leader's jersey in the Best Asian Rider category. On to the first climb of the day, and it was the KSPO rider Kungyong Park that went through at that point, ahead of Nicole Pareja and Tanatha Yatan. Bolton Equities Black Spoke doing a great job of controlling the peloton. The gap was holding fast. Yatan of Rejoining Online Insurance going through to take the second sprint of the day. Tanatha Yatan ahead of Afik Othman. Yarawat scoring 1 bonus second, but that did give him the lead in the Best Asian Riders classification. He dropped back to the peloton park, taking the final sprint of the day. It came down to a bunch sprint. Bolton Equities Black Spoke had done a phenomenal job, but into the final corner, it was Kakarudal with Barta leading out teammate Daniel Babor, launched him out of the final corner, and Babor just had to finish the job off. It was previous day's stage winner George Jackson of the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team that came in for second. It was victory to the man from Czechia. Second for the New Zealander. Sasha Vimas of Human Powered Health comes home in third. So Daniel Babor takes the stage, but for George Jackson, bonus seconds would give him the lead. There is your top 10. So another day, another different winner here in Tour de Langkawi. And Jackson takes the lead. Decline still in orange. Pello in KOM. And Yarawat in the white jersey as the best Asian rider.
How hard is it?
Is I can say is a epic climb. Is a very hard climb. Yeah.
You see it today as a battle between you, your team, and Astana.
I think there's also other teams with good riders and maybe people we don't necessarily know but who could perform well, especially at the end of the season. So, yeah.
You like the kind of steep climb like Genting towards the top?
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily like it, but it suits me.
Who else does it suit? Who do you fear?
I don't think we go into this race fearing anyone as such. We know there's some strong guys, Cepeda and Carr from EF. I think they're the team to beat. But we want to really give it a good shot. Me and Emmerich here with good legs, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
And this is what the riders have ahead of them today. 126.4 kilometers up to the famous Genting Highlands. 2 intermediate sprints along the route, 1 Cat 4 climb, category 1 points, and then up to the Genting Highlands. 8.8 kilometers, average 8.6, maxing out at 15 to almost 19%. Rolling out for the day, George Jackson in the turquoise leader's jersey, Ava Decline in the orange jersey as points leader. Simon Bello in the King of the Mountains, he has an 8-point advantage in that classification. Right, Shannon Yarawat in the white jersey, best Asian rider. Green Project Bardiani CSF leading in the team classification. It was absolutely brutal this morning, for want of a better word. Very, very fast start to the day. First attack of the day. And Davide Gaburo getting edged out by Ryan Tugawin of 7:11 in the first sprint of the day. Gaburo was the highest placed rider in that early break. This is the breakaway that has been the break of the day. And Simo Pello of Tudor Pro Cycling taking maximum points at the first King of the Mountains of the day. Took 2 points ahead of Amaril Madzuki, who took 1. So Pello extending his lead in the King of the Mountains classification. We've also had 1 intermediate sprint along the routes at Gombak with Manueli Tarozzi of the Green Project Bardiani CSF taking maximum points on the intermediate sprint ahead of Chris van Hooker with Amaril Madzuki. 33 degrees Celsius, 19 km/h wind, heading from Slim River to the punishing slopes of the Genting Highlands, and you can see absolutely breathtaking scenery here on the Genting Highlands climb. We have 1 category 1 point along the route, and as you join us, it is Simon Pello, Manueli Tarozzi, Gijs van Hooker, who are just heading off here, just ahead of Xavier Izasi. This is what our breakaway now is down to. 26 kilometers to go. 2 minutes and 17 seconds is the time gap. So Madzuki has been dropped from the group. Nicole Parisia of 7:11. Gijs van Hoeken trying to get in here, but it's the two highest placed riders in the GC and our King of the Mountains leader that is now taking off. Job done by Van Hoeken. He's got Paul Double behind him in the group. We're down to two. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through today's race action. It's EF Education Easy Post who are on the front here. They have two potentials in Alexander Jefferson Cepeda and Simon Carr. They look like they're in control here, John.
Yeah, there was a few different teams who came to the front. Casa Royale, Aquit Kern Farmer. It's now Michael Valgren on the front for EF Education Easy Post. This is a long climb. It actually tops out with 18.9 kilometers to go. Still a long drag all the way up until we reach the top of this first category climb. See how twisty the road is. The old road to the beginning of Genting Highlands. And these two strongest riders in the break, you have to say, and they've decided to make a move.
And this is visible, the attack here and the way Pello is setting the tempo here.
You can see distance to Rotzi around that corner. The gradient isn't too hard. It's quite a undulating surface, undulating gradient as well, up and down, flat, levels off a little bit, then kicks up. But they're coming up here with some speed, now down to 1 minute and 29. They have to do this if they want to stay away. The EF Education Easy Post train is coming for them. Just sat behind them is Tudor Pro Cycling. They won't be contributing with Pelu up the road. Tarozzi and Pelou.
So Simon Pello wants to make the King of the Mountains jersey his own. If he can pick up the 10 points with at the summit of this climb at Bentong, 8.8 kilometers, 4.1%. It's at 18.9. There's 10 points on offer. This is a category 1 climb. Pello just wanting to make sure that he gets over the top of that point, gets those 10 points in the bag for the King of the Mountains, just to make sure that no one can take it away from him. He's got 22 points on offer, and there's 25 for the winner of the final 2 climbs of the day. So it's that risk here, and he wants to make sure that there's no risk in losing that King of the Mountains jersey. He's fought hard for it over the opening days and wants to be assured of staying in it and taking that title for Tudor Pro Cycling. But also he's trying to do that job, John, for Hannes Vilch, teammate, who we've got to watch out. He's got to be up there as a big favourite for today.
Yeah, he should be. Welch, 21-year-old for Tudor Pro Cycling, 3rd place in the overall at Giro under 23 Baby Giro, or Giro Next Gen as it now is told.
I think I preferred the Baby Giro though, because it's always been called the Baby Giro.
Still, yeah, I know what you mean. Even when you try and change it, it's the Giro Next Gen, but it is the Babe Giro. These two, they're already committed now. You have to take your hat off to them. They're going, they know what they have to do. They just need to make it over this climb. Then they get a little bit of respite down the bypass. Then they start the first real test of the climb. Comes up in 2 stages actually. The final 8 kilometers is the biggest Strava segment. That is around 25 minutes of climbing. with the real steep gradients. But actually, the first section with around 17k to go, that climb there, you have 4 kilometers, an average of 8.7%. And when you'll see when we leave the highway, it kicks up straight away to the first hairpin. Then it does level off a little bit. But to be ready for the whole peloton behind to explode as soon as we start climbing, that comes pretty soon after the top of this climb. We quickly descend, but then at 17k to go, we start going uphill. And that's it, all the way to the top.
Matsuki and Persia get caught by the peloton, being led by EF Education Easy Post. And I've ridden up it from the highway section, and it is, I mean, it's nothing like racing. I mean, don't, you know, I'm not putting that out anywhere out there that you can relate to actually racing up it, but it is super steep right from the highway. And those little descents are such a welcome respite on this climb. It is an absolute brute. EF really investing in their 2 climbers, and as you would imagine, they've got 2 good chances in here with Cepeda and Carr.
Yeah, they really have. All up there on GC. Tom Scully, the Kiwi, has done a lot of the work today to control this breakaway. The breakaway went out near enough 4 minutes. It had the biggest advantage. Now closing down, Michael Valgren doing the first. Then it was Odd Christian Eichen. He was sat behind Valgren. And then after that, Jardi van der Lee, the young stagiaire for EF Education Easy Post. What 2 riders they have for hopes of stage victory in general classification of this race. Jefferson Cepeda and Simon Carr, both with victories already this year. Get looking back now in the Astana team car. Their man for today is Vadim Pronsky, Kazakhstan rider for the Kazakhstan team, 25 years old, former winner of the GC at Mont Blanc Val d'Aosta, which is a very big under 23 race in Italy. Trust me when I say this, that is just all about climbing. If he's won the overall there, he's a top class climber. Pronsky though, he's had a heavy season. He's already ridden the Giro this season, and he's just come straight from the Vuelta a España. Only had 5 days in between finishing the Vuelta a España and making his way to Tour de Langkawi. So questions would be asked, is he too fatigued or is he on top form? We'll get those answers pretty soon. Blue, brilliant job taking a bottle from neutral service, handing it to Tarozzi.
So he's got his car up here now, which is good, and that shows as well the camaraderie between breakaway riders, to have that, and the experience of someone like Simon Pelot to just have that mindfulness, just to make sure that his breakaway companion is hydrated and looked after as well.
He wants to keep those 2 working well. It's advantageous for him to have someone there to share the workload. He's committed though. You can tell by the way he hits the front. The man from Tudor Pro Cycling, the gears click down. As soon as it levels off a little bit, poof, down the block. Hold the power, hold the speed. These 2 trying to make it as difficult as possible. And that's brilliant for Tudor Pro Cycling. They want to try and use EF Education Easy Post's domestiques to close this gap down. That then means they're isolated, and that gives more hope for Hannes Wilkes to cause an upset. You want to leave the likes of those big GC contenders on their own without teammates. That's where you can isolate them, put them under pressure. If if they have teammates, they can close the teammates, close the attacks. That's exactly what Pulu's doing.
He's really powering through every section, isn't he? I mean, you can see the way these two are attacking this climb. This is a category 1 climb. This climb, as we run in towards Genting Highlands, and you can see the kilometres ticking off. They're holding that advantage now over the chasing peloton, being led by EF Education Easy Post. And the King of the Mountains point comes with 18.9 kilometres to go in Bentong. And this average 4.1% gradient that they have. And this will give, as it looks like they will, in a few kilometres' time, Simon Pello a really commanding lead in that King of the Mountains.
And it's working both ways. He then takes an extra bit of a lead in that King of the Mountains. But it isn't just about the King of the Mountains. I really think this is a tactical ploy. Simon Pellu's gone up the road. That allows Tudor Pro Cycling to sit back. He's there if he's needed at the end as well. He can then support. It's working both ways. Of course, he's picking up more points than the King of the Mountains. Tudor Pro Cycling, they came here, they won the first stage. They have decline in that points jersey. Could they be ending the day with 3 jerseys, general classification, points jersey and the King of the Mountains?
That is the big question. And EF Education Easy Post, if they've got anything to say about it, they are challenging for this leader's jersey, which started the day on the back of George Jackson of the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. As Hasan Hooker just goes back through the bunch.
Brilliant ride in that breakaway. Now being caught. His job's done though. No worry actually on the time cut. 15% of the winner's time. Most of the riders now should be okay. They can ride up. Not a steady tempo, but not full gas, and they'll make the time cut with ease.
Back to our leaders. Pello out of the saddle, attacking this climb. And Manuele Tarozzi is a breakaway companion here.
You can see the legs tying up there for Tarozzi. Always a key sign when he's in the drops.
You can see he's really having to dig in here, isn't he? The way Pello is attacking this climb. The Swiss man, the leader of the King of the Mountains. And a little shake of the head there by Tarozzi. Just doesn't want to risk having to move across and come off the wheel of Simon Pello.
Perfect place for a free though. See EF Education Easy Post there. Sonia on the side. Same with Yuskatel Uskardi. Just before the top of the climb. It's when you need those bottles. Use them all up. On the climb, you start a little descent. See there, flick of the elbow, Tarozzi, shake of the head. You have him on the limit, Simon. Unfortunately, he's only just holding onto your wheel. He's not going to give you a turn. 1 kilometre until the top.
Simon Pello, former Swiss national champion, winner of Tour de Bretagne this year. That's a different kind of climbing altogether. He's been a pro for many years. Turned pro in 2011 with Atlas as a stagiaire. And this is the King of the Mountains points. It's a minute and 34. They've already held this advantage. 10 points for Simon Pello. That will be big objective achieved today. Really, with the stages to come, the climbs to come, it's not anything like the points that we've got on offer here throughout this one. So we're looking down the road, waiting for the arrival of our two leaders, Manuele Tarozzi, and our King of the Mountains leader from the Tudor Pro Cycling team, Simo Pello. What a rider he has been in this race so far, from controlling the bunch in the peloton for Arvid de Klein on day one and throughout the race so far, to getting into the breakaway on stage 3. And now today going off and looking for his own rewards in terms of the King of the Mountains, and trying to stay away on this Genting Highlands stage. And our leaders, and he really has been putting Manuele Tarozzi into a world of hurt on this climb as Simo Pello. And here we have it, 100 meters to go up to the summit, and this, you've got to say, job done for the King of the Mountains. It will be 10 points in the bag for Simo Pello. Takes that, thumbs up, and deservedly so by the Swiss man from the Swiss team.
Even has time to turn around and thank Tarozzi for not challenging him. Now hit this bypass. We head down, round a roundabout, and back up the opposite side of the road. Look how fast this section is, and from we hit the roundabout, that is where the climbing really starts.
Look at the descending skills as well here. And this is quite a new approach to this one. Normally we would come off the bypass and just come straight up here. So it is a new approach. We've got this roundabout to come. I'm going to turn around here. There you have it. You can see the police bikes just coming up the other side, round the roundabout. And now we start the climb of the Genting Highlands. This climb in the Asia Tour is one of the most famous climbs on the tour, and it is also one of the toughest climbs, you would say, in cycling. This is our peloton. They are through the King of the Mountains point. They will then start this fast descent around the roundabout, and then we will have the climb of the Genting Highlands.
They're brave. Just putting cones in the middle of that, because there might be some riders trying to take a little shortcut and not having to go all the way around the roundabout. They'll have to keep an eye. Look how hard already. This isn't even the official start of the climb yet, and already climbing.
It is eye-wateringly tough, this climb, and it is very different to an alpine climb, a Pyrenean climb. It's just very, very different in the way it flows. It just has a very different kind of flow to it, this climb. And it's also some ways it's where you've got these, especially got these dips, it's in a lot of places it's quite hard to get into a rhythm or get into a smooth rhythm. Tarozzi's looking back. And this point here, as we go past this section, this is kind of where the climb proper really starts. Simo Pello just having a wave. He's quite a joyful rider, Pello, isn't he, for want of a better word?
Yeah, he's out there enjoying himself. He's done his task though, exactly. And it's great to see. You can have fun while you race, and he's performing as well. So it's not just having a laugh and not taking it seriously.
Yeah,
here's some gears clicking as well.
Yeah, you see, still on the big chain ring, right up on the top of the block. Tarozzi's on the little chain ring, and Tarozzi, you can see the difference in the gears here, and you can hear that as Simo Pello just shifts down onto the little ring. Tarozzi's going to set that rhythm now on the climb. Pello, there's your confirmation of your King of the Mountains, and it's our King of the Mountains leader that adds 10 points to his advantage. Manuele Tarozzi, it was Michael Valgren, Odd Christian Eiking, Yardi van der Leij, and Simon Carr, the EF Education Easy Post riders that go over the top behind them. But all important for this man here, he now has 32 points in the King of the Mountains. And I love it when someone fights for a competition, the way Pello's fighting for this King of the Mountains jersey. It's good to see him invested in it. Back to the peloton. And if you ever needed a signal that a team was serious about taking a race overall, this is it. EF Education Easy Post all lined out on the front. Alexander Jefferson Cepeda is there up there with Simon Carr. Both riders potential winners on this climb. Harold Martin Lopez from Astana. Watch out for him. Hannes Vilsch we expect to be up there for Tudor Pro. We've got Paul Double that we will be watching for Human Powered Health. But Tarozzi spinning behind, sat behind Pello.
And it's Tarozzi's gears who are jumping around. You can see that rear mech not sitting that nicely in the gears. Not nice for a rider that, with that clicking. When someone makes a move, you're always a bit cautious. It could skip or jump off the sprocket, and you smack your knee against the handlebar. It's not very good for it answering any attacks.
No.
We'll have to have a look at that later on. Keep the mechanics busy.
And can that just be knocked out as you go along?
Yeah, it could be even anything really. It could be just be something just banged into it. Something could flick up, hit it. It's just knocked out of. And it's impossible in a way to try and adjust that on the move. Just have to deal with it. You can soon forget and you block out the clicking. For that group, we just had a glimpse of the peloton a second ago, and that group already is getting smaller. It's becoming reduced. Valgren has done his job. On the front of the peloton, it was Odd Christian Eichen for EF Education Easy Post.
1 minute and 34 seconds with 16 kilometers to go. Pello is into his rhythm. And you can see the Manueli Tarozzi is just digging in behind him. We'll see how the gap is. I actually think they're gaining. There's a good glimpse of where we've gone. Up the climb, drop down, round that roundabout, and then we are into those hairpins, and we're well into the climb here. And our two leaders are really attacking what is an absolute monster of the climb. This is the gradient here. Big thanks to our team here for the spinning Velo Viewer glimpse at the Genting Highlands. And this kind of puts it into perspective, John. You can see how twisty it is and how steep it is.
Yeah, so you see there's a little bit of respite in the middle. That bit of a descent. Whole climb overall, 17.8 kilometers. And downhill for 4K, and that comes with 13K to go. And then you hit the final 9 kilometers. The steepest bit over the 8K, around 25 minutes of climbing, but the final 4K is the brute. You can see how red and dark red the top of the climb is. 4K to go is 10.4%, then 10% gradient, 10.7% gradient, with steep parts and ramps of 18% all the way to the finish. It's going to be a tough one.
And the gap, you can see Pello now starting to just drop Tarozzi. He has been in a world of hurt. There is your overall KOM. So look at that, 20 points advantage now for Simon Pello to Luca Covilli, and Matteo Scalco is just looking for the smoothest part of this climb, and it is the Tudor Pro Cycling man that is now starting to take off. And this starts to put into perspective just how tough this climb is. As you can see, we're 15k from the top, and the severity is already starting to kick in. And so the different ramps that we have on this climb, this is this first ramp, which averages 8.3 this first part of the climb. The descent that we have is so welcome. When you get over that first ramp, you drop down before we get up to that final section, that final sort of 8.8 kilometers, and then, as you said, John, that final 4k, and you got such a good glimpse there on our Vela viewer spinning shot of the climb. But it's the twists and the turns, isn't it? The way that this climb goes, these hairpins, and the way that it's laid out up the mountain, and Simon Pello is just powering on his own here, and we've been given a gap of 20 seconds now from the Swiss man back to the chasers. And here it comes. So Jambalance Sambayer on the back. So the national champion of Mongolia for Tudor Pro Cycling and the King of the Mountains. He'll just be hoping that he can stay in for as long as possible, won't he?
He almost wants to get over this point so he can start the little descent, the little bit of rest that he will get. If he's caught before that, it's going to be a very hard struggle for him then to make it a bit further up the climb. Just needs to pick off different points of the climb all the way up and just keep ticking them off. If he gets that little descent, he might be okay.
And it did look like EF Education Easy Post still had the front in considerable numbers behind. And here you can see it just levels off, drops down slightly. Pello, we've seen on the previous climb, the way he just attacks these climbs, attacks each section of the climb. Good rhythm, good tempo. And that Ferrari red BMC bike. As a glance back over the shoulder, just to keep an idea of where the group are behind. Very experienced is the Swiss man, 30 years old now, from Locarno in Switzerland. And it's great to see him out here at his best. Simon Pello. He's ridden for EM Cycling, Illuminate, IM Excelsior, Androni, Giocattoli, Trek, Segafredo, and then the last couple of this season and next season with Tudor Pro. Look at the climb now, look at the gradients just starting to bite in yet again. It's just those moments of respite, and here comes the group behind, and it's EF on the front. Keeping that rhythm. Odd Christian Eiking is that still in front with the team lined out behind.
Look how reduced this group is. Van Engelen, Rouget Online Insurance, he's still there. That orange helmet with the blue and white jersey. Pronsky and Harold Martin Lopez of Astana, Kazakhstan, there, still there. Paul Double, Human Powered Health. Good to go through who's in this group, but already big selection made. 15 kilometers to go. And it's all down now. Odd Christian Eichen. Exactly. Just as Pelou is caught. Brave ride there. He will go to his teammate, Hannes Wilksch. Have a word, see if he needs anything. Another one to talk about. Brilliant ride from Sainbaya, Terengganu, the Mongolian national champion. He was in the breakaway yesterday, went back to the bunch, was up there in the bunch sprint as well at the end, so a fast finisher. And look at the way he's climbing, still in this group.
Yeah, finished 11th on this climb last year, was up there in the top 10 overall. And another year on, the Mongolian national champion for Terengganu Polygon. And good to see him right up here and in the mix on this one. You can see that little group just in the background. Pello is just dropping back through the group. It did look like Vilch was still in there. Pello just dropping back now through the group.
just trying to hang on until he gets that little descent. That's all he needs to do. Just get over that, then recover, and see what you've got on the final bit of the climb. EF Education, easy post, riding at a controlled pace. They're setting the rhythm. When I say controlled, it isn't easy out there. They're riding exactly how they need to, putting the other riders in difficulty and giving their climbers a big chance towards the end.
Jambalan Sambaye though, he looks so comfortable here. That's him wearing 106, Mongolian national champion. Carlos Garcia just ahead of him for keeper Kern Farmer. Luca Cavilli is in there for the Green Project Bardiani. Yonagire, one of the Euskadi riders. Double human powered health. EF setting a punishing tempo here. Still got numbers though, haven't they, in front of their two protected riders?
Yep. Still with Eiking and Van der Lee protecting Carr and Cepeda.
It must be it's a good position to be in for EF to have two options on this climb, given the way that they're riding.
Yeah, it does offer them maybe a bit of more comfort in some ways. They know they've got two chances.
So number 95, Murgal Day, Jon Murgal Day from Kakarural.
Cepeda puts his hand up, he goes back for bottles. Final time to get any drinks. Also pull double, human powered health. He's making his way back.
Is that a risk on this climb, or as you're the only rider here from your team, is that the only thing that you can do?
Yeah, he has to do it. He did it at the right time. He saw Cepeda do it, so of course that means EF Education Easy Post aren't going to then. They're not going to really put the hammer down. They want bottles as well, so smart time to do it with an EF rider taking bottles at the same time. Got to do it quick though. Team car's got to get there as soon as possible, get the bottle to him, get him back into that group. Cepeda has come back. He's only taken an extra bottle there on his bike. So it'll be interesting to see if he's going to give one to Simon Carr. Those two obviously are general classification hopes, but I would have expected him to bring up another bottle at least.
Simo Pello still hanging in there.
He's hung on until this descent, and he's good now. Goes downhill for a little while, a little bit of respite.
Bit of a welcome relief this point on the climb. Murgal Day just getting back onto the group. 13 kilometers to go on the climb. So if you're just joining us for the first time today, welcome aboard. We are on the Genting Highlands stage of the 27th edition of Le Tour de Langkawi here on day 5, 126.4 kilometers, starting in Slim River, finishing at the top of the punishing slopes of the Genting Highlands. For EF Education Easy Post, still in that group, but Eiking, Van der Lee, Carr and Cepeda. You've got Van Engelen in there from Ruja Insurance, Pronsky and Lopez from Astana, Jambalance from Terangani, Polygon, Paul Double from Human Powered Health, Cavilli from the Green Project Bardiani. Garcia from Equipa Confirma. I've got some other numbers for the other riders in there. Jon Mergelday is in there for Caja Rural. Pablo Castrillo, also from Equipa Confirma with Jon Aguirre. We've also got Arietta in there from Chomin Juaristi Arietta from Euskaltel Euskadi. There are other Euskaltel Euskadi riders. He's in there wearing 76. And Hannes Vilch from Tudor Pro Cycling. We've got a few more riders to pick out still. Simon Pello is in there as well for Tudor Pro Cycling. Just our other Euskadi riders to pick out here out of this group, and then that's our full complement. 11k to go. And looking at this one tactically, how would you play this one? Would you leave it late, leave it till that 4k to go, 3k to go potentially on this climb?
You have to. You can't go too soon on this at all. You have to just be patient. Even though it's only 4k, that final 4k could be around 15-20 minutes of racing, and so much damage can be done when it's steep, and both ways, in a positive way and a negative way. There's no place to hide. It's whatever your legs have left. So this is what EF Education Easy Post need to do. They need to keep their riders there for as long as possible in front of Car and Cepeda, and then allow them to really go to battle. Interesting with Car and Cepeda. Don't know who would be team leader. Maybe they're just leaving them to fight it out, not chase each other down. Both got an option and a chance of winning the stage. Both very good climbers.
Is it one of those tanks? Sometimes as a DS you have to go, it's so steep, every man for himself.
Possibly, in a way, yes. Let's see, EF Education Easy Post. They're still riding, still controlling. Paul Double collected his bottles. He is now sitting right behind Cepeda. Around from 8 kilometers to go, that is where the climbing really starts. You can see the young Ecuadorian, Astana, Kazakhstan, Harold Martin Lopez. He's still there, towards the back, waiting for a bottle maybe from the car. He's having a good look round anyway.
I think we've got Gao Yongbing in there as well from Henjiang. Can't quite make out his numbers. His numbers are all scrunched up. Here, the rider in the light blue.
It looks like 143, I think.
Yeah, that's him if it is 143. And is Gao Yongbing. And the Chinese riders have great history on this climb as well in this race. That's Pericles Elias from Leaning Star, who's just got back on. And those descents, you've got to attack those flat sections and descents on a climb like this, haven't you, to try and get back in.
He's done a good job. Used the cars where he could, and he's back on.
And we've got a couple of Corotec riders that have got back in on the little descent there.
See Harold Martin Lopez trying to wave the car up to him. He needs to go back to collect the bottles.
You just don't. It's that situation, is that you don't want to have to drop off the group if you can.
You don't want to, but you have to get a bottle when you need it. Of course, try and hold on for a little bit longer, get that little bit of respite, and then make your way back up. And still, Odd Christian Eichen drives the front of this group. 28-year-old from Norway.
He's a really experienced man at doing this job, Odd Christian Eichen. He's leading this one out. Is it going to be for his British teammate? Is it going to be for his Ecuadorian teammate? And that's been one of the blessings of the last few years, hasn't it? The real arrival of the Ecuadorians and the opportunities that they're now getting in world cycling.
Yeah, they sure are. We've always seen, been a long time and a lot of years of the Colombians coming to Europe and really taking on, showing the world what they can do. Slowly, more and more South Americans coming over, racing on the world stage. We now begin what will be the final bit of climbing on today's stage. From this point onwards, no more downhill, no more little respites. Just slowly builds to harder and harder.
It's a behemoth of a climb, which I feel like we should be playing some epic music as we get into this point in the climb, because it's going to be that tough. This is a big day, as we say. This is one of the most this is up there as one of the iconic climbs of world cycling, the Genting Highlands, and you'll see why when we get in towards the final 4K of the climb. It climbs all the way up to the finish line as well. Simon Carr, little grimace from Simon Carr.
He should be hurting.
Yeah.
And the tempo that EF Education Easy Post have put on. Brilliant ride there as well from Jardy van der Lee. You've got to remember, he isn't actually part of EF Education Easy Post. He's a stagiaire for now. He has signed for the 2 years following with the team. So what a test for him. They must have known his talent. But the 22-year-old from the Netherlands is going to be the next rider to take over, whenever that might be. Eichen is doing a fantastic job. His Scandinavian compatriot before him, Michael Valgren, he did a brilliant job over that first category climb. Before that, it was the Kiwi Scully who brought that breakaway under control. And this is the tough time. This is the tough time for the likes of Carr and Cepeda. When your team have done so much on the front, the pressure is there. You have to deliver for them. Still 7 kilometers to go.
And you can see the severity of the climb through these corners. And you can also see just how wide it is as well. As riders under the pressure of EF Education Easy Post. Lorenzo Quartucci had got back in there. And just starting to get distanced is Mikhail Bishkara, who he was one of the Euskaltel riders that we couldn't quite get an idea of his number. Quartucci is dropping back. Eichen, what a ride today from Eichen for EF Education Easy Post on those Cannondale bikes. Jardy van der Lee right behind him. Then you got Simon Carr, Alexander Jefferson Cepeda, Paul Double. Then you've got your 2 Astana riders, Vadim Pronsky and Harold Martin Lopez, lined out behind them. Paul Double from Great Britain, hails from Winchester, VC Venter, his club, famous club in the south of England, and applied his trade in Italy before getting to Human Powered Health, signed for Eolo Cometto for next season, and I think them watching him here on the high mountains, the British climber, they're going to be pleased with that signing. Sambalance Jambayer here, 106, the Mongolian national champion, just going backwards with Carlos Canal Blanco. Blanco's done it. We said he could be a good bet on this, being a mountain biker. He's ridden well into this climb as Carlos Canal Blanco.
Yeah, he really has done well. And now, you're the man who's done brilliantly. Iking has done his job. You can see the pace has gone up now. This is a different time now. Jardy van der Lee takes over for EF Education Easy Post. How much has the Dutch rider got left? How far can he go up this climb? He just needs to stretch this group out. See the acceleration he has made. 3 riders towards the back. Kaj Royale, Yuskadel, Uskadi, and a Queepkern Farmer distanced as well.
Yeah, the hammer is well and truly down on the Genting Highlands as Jardy van der Lee for EF Education Easy Post. He's got his 2 teammates, Great Britain's Simon Carr and Ecuador's Alexander Cepeda right behind him. Paul Double just sitting there on the wheel of Cepeda for the Human Powered Health team. Van der Lee just gets rid of his glasses. Sometimes it's more comfortable without the glasses. Van England's still there. Kavili is still there. This aerial shot here as you go past some of the retail outlets here on the Genting Highlands. Big business district up here in the mountains. But Van der Lee, what a ride he is putting in here. Hannes Vilch is still there. Look at this, the way he's attacking these corners. Look at the effort on the face now of Jardy van der Lee with Simon Carr right on the wheel. He is putting this group and he is splintering the group behind. The 2 Astana riders are still there. We've got 1 still hanging in from Euskaltel Euskadi. If you're a stagiaire having signed for the team, they're going to be happy. With this, you can hear Carr just talking to him in terms of he's directing his young teammate. Double. It's looking okay at the moment. Paul Double as well. This is just a small moment of respite in the last 4 kilometres, as we call it. Jardy van der Lee just has a glance across at the bike as he switches across the road.
Take the shortest route to the top. Left hand side. And it's Cepeda who goes. Cepeda makes the first move.
So this will be the tactic here. So Cepeda's going to go first. Carr looks around at the group. Look at the acceleration from the Ecuadorian on this climb. And Richie Carapaz, of course, the most famous Ecuadorian. He opened the door to the rest of the riders from his nation, and as John said, we have seen the Colombians in world cycling for many decades, and now it really is the Ecuador, the hotbed of cycling as well from that region. Phenomenal mountain goats they are. Alexander Cepeda, the 25-year-old Ecuadorian.
He's gone early. Still around 1.5 K until we really hit the steepest gradients of today's climb. It's a good move though. This put the pressure on the other teams. EF Education Easy Post has been on the front for a long time. Now it's up to the other teams to chase. And what do those riders have left? They also can't panic behind. Stay patient. The mountain will let you do the talking. Don't panic, chase this down and then put too much effort in and blow up. Double has done that. It's Luca Kovili of Green Project Bardiani, and then it's Simon Carr who makes the next move. Wow. EF Education Easy Post on the attack.
Look at this, Simon Carr puts in a big dig, and with it, distances the group. So EF Education Easy Post looking to go 1-2 on this climb here. Van Engelen just getting dropped with Ituria. Cepeda might get the company of his teammates soon. So an interesting tactic. So as John said, he's gone early, but maybe that was a tactic. Let him go up the road, let everyone think that they were going to ride for him, then for Simon Carr to jump across to him. Or is that just an instinctive move as he looked around at the likes of Double and Kavili and thought it's time to go? But we did see a reaction from those Astana jerseys when Simon Carr went.
He's had a look round and he sees it's another pink jersey coming across to him. Didn't wait for him. He pressed on though. Cepeda had a look.
And Simon Carr has distanced them quite quickly and now powers up to his teammate. Look at this. What a team. What a team ride today. What a demonstration of...
Is he going to go straight
how to
by?
set it
That's
up.
the question.
Simon Carr makes contact.
We still have plenty of climbing left to do.
Simon Carr started the day third overall at 10 seconds. Bit of a chat between the two EF Education Easy Post riders. Big chainring at this point on the climb for Simon Carr. Cepeda now just latches onto him, locks into the wheel. Cepeda started the day 32nd overall at 16 seconds. The road kicks up here. You can see again really biting into the steep sections of the climb. Both riders still on that big chain ring right up at the top of the block. Really putting some pressure on that rear mech there, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. It's okay now with the electric gears. The front mech adjusts itself as well, so it's still smooth. It is at an angle, but it's not too bad. The old days when you'd be rubbing the front mech all the time, that's when you lose a bit of energy and a bit of power. But nowadays the front mech adjusts itself. It'd be on around a 36 tooth chainring on the back, maybe even just a 34. Can't see what group set they're actually on. Off the top of my mind, I can't remember. But now two riders, and he drops into the little ring car. Interesting team dynamic here. Are they going to be free to race each other? Is it going to be last man standing? I would expect so. Both only 6 seconds apart on general classification. And there's one man trying to go after them in the middle now. Look like a Queepkern farmer.
And you can see the cars going up one side towards our two leaders. Going past. So Simon Carr from Great Britain, from EF Education Easy Post. Howard Cepeda. Alexander Jefferson Cepeda Ortiz from Ecuador. And EF Education Easy Post 1 and 2 on this climb. Are they now going to head to the summit? This is where it really starts to bite now. The climb, 4 kilometers to go. It is absolutely brutal from this point on to the summit. Alexander Cepeda right on the wheel of Simon Carr. There is no respite at all now, even when you cross the finish line at the summit.
And back behind, you'd expect Astana, Kazakhstan to try and do something. Had 2 riders left in that group. It was Howard Martin Lopez, the young other Ecuadorian, and then Vadim Vronsky from Kazakhstan. Good view. Look how steep this road is.
And you can see the way that the road is being constructed through some of the summit as Carr now starts to distance Cepeda. You get up to the top, it's mind-blowing when you get up to the top into that steep section that you could see there that they've had to use to continue the climb up to the summit. It is a feat of engineering, and our drone shot there gave you a great idea of it. But now Simon Carr taking off on his own. He came into La Tour de Langkawi as the big pre-race favourite. He's been battling it out for bonus seconds throughout the race. And this is telling us why. Yonagire on the back of that group. Double is still there. Kavili, our Pronsky. Lopez still in there.
Also Jardy van der Lee still there for EF Education Easy Post. He can hold on to this group. Be a brilliant ride for the young 22-year-old. Maybe he could pop off, pick up third place as well. Could end up with a 1-2-3 for EF Education Easy Post.
Yeah, Paul Double still in there. Van England still in there. We've got John Bow Company, who's still in there as well for Euskatel, Euskadi. Can you imagine if they go 1-2-3? They're up there with SD Works in the 1-2-3s then. There's not many teams that have done 1-2-3s this year.
Yeah, see the domination of SD Works in the women's pro peloton. It's been Jumbo Visma in the men's that have been able to do enough 1-2-3s. Euro Championships 1-2-3. Obviously that record breaking win at the Vuelta of España with Sept and of course then Vingegaard and Primož Roglic on the podium. But today all about this man Simon Carr of EF Education Easy Post. What a day, what a team ride from that team. Scully to Valgren, Valgren to Eiking, Eiking to Van der Lee, and then it was the first attack from Cepeda. Carr joined him, and then Carr's distanced Cepeda and gone all alone. Number one on his back. Back in the big ring as well. Getting everything out. Brilliant ride from the young 25-year-old British rider.
And this big opportunity for Simon Carr here today. Having a good season. Wins in the Route d'Occitanie, Tour of the Alps. Stage wins there. But really reinforcing his position within EF Education Easy Post on one of cycling's iconic climbs here in the Genting Highlands. We've seen many a great romp their way up the Genting Highlands and take a big career victory. And you can see now 3 kilometers to go, the steepness, the severity of this climb out of the saddle, just showing its severity. And I think the shots here from the motorbike really do it justice. We're coming now up to this steep corner. You can see that archway just ahead of him. That's the section that we saw. And this is just going to want to tick off the meters, tick off the kilometers in his head on this climb here at the Genting Highlands. Can his teammate Alexander Jefferson Cepeda hang on for second place? He really did put the team to work today, didn't he? And this is how you deliver.
Yeah, this is exactly how you deliver. Look at the fans here now. Brilliant for Carr. We're getting closer and closer still. A long way up though.
Great to see everybody out and enjoying the climb. The Malaysian fans getting behind him as he just goes through that wall of sound. They've got to get out the way for him though. He's a little bit close here. They're narrowing the road down just a little bit too much.
Through 2 kilometers to go now. Crazy to think it's still 2k to go. And this is the EF Education Easy Post fan club as well. You can see the t-shirts.
$2K to go. Carr driving on now for the summit, just trying to put time into everyone behind him. The bikes have got to help just clear everyone out behind him for his teammate. So Alexander Jefferson Cepeda is still on his own. Right behind him, back to our leader, and looking to put Latour de Langkawi out of sight of anyone else in terms of the general classification for Simon Carr. interesting, you know, you look back through his teams and the journey that he's had into the pro ranks with the sort of French club teams that he raced for. Nippo Delco won Marseille, that team down there.
Yeah, he actually lives in France. His family moved to France when he was young, so born in the UK but actually based himself in France and came through that French amateur scene really well. You can see he's settled into a great rhythm, pulling out the gap behind. The next question is, has Cepeda got enough to hold off the chasing group behind? I think we have a small selection left there. Full double human powered health will be wanting to try and haul himself up the climb to try and catch Cepeda at the least.
So Alexander Jefferson Cepeda, you can see really rocking and rolling that gear is Cepeda. I just think that's his style though, isn't it, as well? He's that sort of climber.
Yeah, he is. He's just getting everything out. Of course, at this point in the stage, how steep it is. Pedaling with your shoulders, you just want to get this climb over with as fast as possible.
You're just hauling yourself up the climb at this point. It's that steep.
This man, though, riding at a good cadence.
And you get up towards the top into the final kilometre, even that final K, the average is 10.7% in the final K, and you've got ramps in excess. You've got 13 plus percent in the final kilometre up towards the summit here of the Genting Highlands. It will be the Flamme Rouge, will be the, I think there'll be angels singing when Simon Carr sees the Flamme Rouge. Look how steep these corners get. As we've said, it's the final 4K and it ramps all the way up to the summit of the Genting Highlands. And Carr out of his saddle. There he has. He will hear a chorus as he goes through this point, and it just keeps going and going. That shot there really does it justice, and you can see this huge hairpin, and it just rears up in front of you as well, just ahead through these final twists and turns through the final kilometre. And we'll see the gap, they're saying 20 seconds between himself and his teammate behind.
I'd say it's a little bit bigger than that.
Yeah.
You didn't see Cepeda in sight at all. What a race behind's happening as well. We want to see who's left of that peloton or select group, let's say, the other GC contenders. Carr, we talked about him being the strongest in the race, and he's come out delivered with the number 1 on his back. Brilliant riding from Carr. And the whole EF Education Easy Post team. They came here with a plan today. They came here to Langkawi with this stage in mind, with the team they selected. Plenty of pressure on Carr's shoulders.
And they are delivering. And Simon Carr has got that big sweeping right hand turn that he is on now. Then he's got 3 hairpins to go before it almost straightens out towards the finish. Cepeda is still hanging on in second place. Carr, you can see, just finding that rhythm now for the 25-year-old British rider. Next hairpin just ahead of him here. Left-hander goes around there. Got to watch the little gravel on the side. He's inside that final K. Right hand hairpin to come just ahead of him. He can just see it up the road. Then 1 more to go before the finish. There's not really an opportunity on this climb. It's that steep to be able to glance down the climb and see where the chasers are behind you. So Carr up towards the summit. We've been given 33 seconds back to the chasers. good that the motorbike is just shepherding him through the climb. Into the barriers now for Simon Carr. This has been some ride. This has been some show of strength. And if we go right the way back to day one, John, and when he was fighting it out for the intermediate seconds, this tells us why.
Yeah, he was fighting for those intermediate seconds just in case. He might have had some company on this climb, but his legs have done all the talking. Those extra seconds him and Valgrant went fighting for. But what a day for EF Education Easy Post, and what a ride from Simon Carr.
Simon Carr, 150 metres to go, he saw there. It is going to be a victory for the British rider at the summit here of the Genting Highlands. What a team ride today by EF Education Easy Post. Every single one of them took on the task of delivering Simon Carr to victory, and that is what it's done, and Carr will finish it off. He comes over the top of the climb. That is the point where he finally gets some respite, manages to put his hands in the air. It's a stage win, and it will be the new leader's jersey in La Tour de Langkawi for the British rider Simon Carr. And it is going to be a 1-2, it looks like, here for EF Education Easy Post, as Alexander Cepeda comes up towards the summit in second spot. And just behind him is Pablo Castrillo of Equipo Kern-Pharma. Cepeda driving towards the line. What a team ride from EF Education Easy Post. He comes up towards the summit, and he finishes in second. It's going to be third for Equipo Kern-Pharma. And Castrillo can see the exhaustion of the Equipo Kern-Pharma rider.
Great ride from the 22-year-old Castrillo there.
Yes,
strong
indeed.
climb up, one for the future.
John Bow Company will be behind him for Euskaltel-Euskadi, then Paul Double. And for Rejoining Insurance, you know, Adney van Engelen. There's Paul Double coming up towards the line. And then Adney van Engelen behind him. And Vadim Pronsky, let's go down and hear from our winner.
Simon, this is the big win you were looking for.
Yeah, for sure. It was a hard climb. I think we did an amazing job of the whole team taking it on. And yeah, I'm just really happy to finish it off.
How did you play it tactically, with Cepeda going first and then you solo? Why solo with 4K to go?
Yeah, I think it was already pretty hard. We set a hard pace from the start of the climb, and then with already Tom chasing the break, and then Michael, and then Odd, and then Yardi, our stagiaire, did a really good job. And yeah, when Alexander went, it was really the right time. And then I could immediately tell everyone really had nothing left. So yeah, I came across, but I think we played it really well.
Big win. What does it mean for you? Top mountain finish?
Yeah, for me it means a lot. Not just because of this race, but also actually I was really motivated to win today. My grandfather passed away just last Monday, and he was a big fan. So yeah, I really wanted to win this for him.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Big moment in the career of Simon Carr. As we said, this is a race, a climb. It's iconic in world cycling. It is the Genting Highlands climb, and it is always a test bed for climbers, for teams. They bring those climbers, test them out, and he does it, and he delivers, and it big as he would. Big shout out to the team. They did a perfect job throughout the day, and we're going to go down.
Interview in Spanish. Alexander, contento con este resultado, primero y segundo para el equipo.
No, muy contento, ¿no? Creo que hemos trabajado súper bien, ¿no? Desde entrada hicimos una fuga que nos valía para nosotros, luego controlar muy bien y poner ritmo en la subida, ¿no? Creo que nos ha salido un gran trabajo, ¿no?
¿Has pensado a ganar tú o se sabía que Simon Carr era el más fuerte.
No, al final, pues como hemos dicho, ¿no? La carretera puede haber ganado uno en su lugar, ¿no? Creo que Simon ha estado más fuerte que mí, entonces pues ha ganado él, ¿no? Igual contentos porque somos un equipo, ¿no?
La general, ¿es ganado?
No, pues ahí vamos a defender mañana, ¿no? Creo que hoy era la etapa donde se definía casi todo, ¿no? Mañana controlar y hasta y hacer el 1-2 hasta el final, ¿no?
Enhorabuena.
Yeah, content with the team there, he said a couple of times off my basic bit of Spanish.
Yeah,
was
mine too.
A very great, a good team result. Really happy with the work they all did.
Euskatel, Euskadi, coming up towards the summit. Yeah, I mean, as we said, I speak Italian, but my Spanish isn't great. But the team did a great job controlling the climb into the climb there, and they've got to be happy with that one and the way they played it. It was an absolutely phenomenal ride. You've got to, as you said as well, for Yardi van der Lee to still be in that group after doing that job, because that was a big gas effort that he made. Let's take you through your top 10. So Simon Carr from Alexander Cepeda, Pablo Castrillo, John Bow, Baden Pronsky, Paul Double, Andy Van Engelen, Joachim Mugelde, Jon Aguirre, and Harold Martin Lopez, your top 10. So pretty much everyone that we thought was going to be up there today has got up there.
Yeah, it's such a hard climb. We did go through our favourites, and that's pretty much the top 10 that we picked. They were the obvious ones, but because it's so difficult, this climb, it really just opens up to see who is the best, hands down. There was no place to hide for anyone, there's no place to follow a wheel, there's not much protection in that, so whoever is the best usually comes out on top, and that's exactly what we've seen. EF Education Easy Post, they did everything right today. They backed this man, Simon Carr, for the win. And there he is, taking it 39 seconds to his teammate Cepeda.
Timo Pello, great day out for the Tudor Pro Cycling man. He is now in the lead by 12 points from Simon Carr. And that was why Simon Pello was chasing the points in this stage today, because Simon Carr, he went over the top of the Cat 1 climb, he scored some points there, and he got 15 points at the summit as well. So the experience of Simon Pello and Tudor Pro Cycling shows there, with Pablo Castrillo getting up there, Luca Cavilli in 5th spot now, Alexander Jefferson Cepeda there with 12 points as well. But good day out in the King of the Mountains for Simon Pello. It was some ride. Arvid Decline still in points, still in orange with 30 points to Enrico Zanoncello's 29, and George Jackson third with 27. So it'll be a day tomorrow for the sprinters to fight it out for more spoils here in Le Tour de Langkawi. But the Genting Highlands delivers. Good stage.
Really good stage. And just working out quickly, Pello of Tudor Pro Cycling, that's that King of the Mountains jersey confirmed for him. As long as he finishes Tour of Langkawi, he's going to be King of the Mountains jersey winner. There's only 3 4th category climbs and 1 3rd category climb left for the whole race. So brilliant ride there from the Tudor Pro Cycling man.
Yeah, sows it up. Let's try and put that into some highlights. What an absolute day and a half, I'd say, out of that day. What an absolute brilliant stage. Rolled out of Slim River with a 7.7 kilometre neutralised section that the riders would take in. We had an intermediate sprint to come at 113.5 to go. Immediately though, early on, it was Zarif of Terengganu who got into an early break up to the first intermediate sprint of the day. And Davide Gaburo just getting edged out by Ryan Tiguin of 7:11. That was the break at that point. That was brought back. EF were doing a great job working on the front of the group. we would then have a breakaway group. So Nicol Parija of 7-11, Maris Bagdonovic, Simo Pello, Host Van Hooker, Tarotsi, Izasi, Manzuki and Yaki. Pello taking the first King of the Mountains points of the day on the 4th category climb. So points in the bag for the Tudor Pro Cycling man. That extended his lead. We then came in towards the intermediate sprint at Gombak. And at this point it was Manueli Tarozzi of Green Project Bardiani CSF that took the 3 bonus seconds ahead of Van Hooker and Mazuki, who took 2 and 1 respectively. It was then on to Bentong, the category 1 climb, where at the summit Simo Pello and Manuele Tarozzi were alone, and that was it. Thumbs up by the Tudor man. They would head towards Genting Highlands. He knew that he would have the King of the Mountains sewn up. Caught on the climb. What a day from Tom Scully, Michael Valgren, Odd Christian Eiking, Yardi van der Lee to deliver this man, Alexander Cepeda, and then his British teammate wearing number 1, Simon Carr, to the lead. And Simon Carr taking off on his own, the 25-year-old British rider, for, you would say, the biggest win and perhaps important win of his young career, to come up here to the summit and add his name to an incredible roll call of honour that we've had here on the Genting Highlands over the past 27 years. This has been the test bed for many of the world's greatest climbers, and Simon Carr adds his name to that prestigious roll call of honour. Day of EF Education Easy Post. They make it a 1-2 with Alexander Cepeda, his teammate, crossing the line in 2nd place behind him. And a good ride by Pablo Castrillo, a man that we've seen on the attack already this week, but it's the Ecuadorian that came across the line for the team in pink to take 2nd on the day. A well-deserved 1-2 for the team. And behind him, Castrillo, you can see just how exhausted he was at the line for Equipo Kern Farmer. John Bout coming across the line in 4th spot. Genting Highlands delivers yet again. Great crowds out on the climb to cheer the race through. And now it will just be up to EF Education Easy Post to keep Simon Carr out of trouble. We've still got 3 days to go, 3 stages to come, but for that team, more than manageable.
Definitely manageable. But now, with 3 days remaining, for the teams who haven't picked up victory yet, there's chances of Breakaways going all the way to the end. For Breakaway is made up of riders who aren't going to be a threat on general classification. They could be allowed to go all the way to the finish. So then you look, that's exactly what EF Education want. They want breakaways that aren't going to cause any trouble. And then that means they don't have to ride on the front, because the sprinter teams will then need to control the race and bring the brakes back. So interesting dynamics for these final 3 days. Plenty more opportunities for a lot of riders to pick up some victories, to pick up some results.
And tomorrow is a perfect day for a breakaway. We've got Cat 4, Cat 3, but riders that, having had an absolute brutal day today, you know, the peloton will look to maybe let a group of riders, as you say, that might be 15, 20, 30 minutes down, as riders will be after this one. You can give it 6 minutes, they can ride in towards the finish.
Could be a chance. I think tomorrow would be a very good day, because the sprinters might want an easier day after a tough day today. But even stage 7, that is a short day, 123k, but a quite lumpy finish. No categorized climbs all day, but up and down and a little bit of a drag up to the finish. So there's plenty more opportunities. 3 stages of course left.
And then stage 8 into Kuala Lumpur. Very much, that's always traditionally a sprinter's day into Kuala Lumpur. But yeah, now everyone gets to see as well live this famous climb of the Genting Highlands. It's definitely one that add it to your bucket list of climbs to do in the world. It is something else, and it's sometimes, as we said, it's the width of it that makes it in a way quite iconic as well. Well, I think we're going to go out and hear from one of the men of the day. You've got to say, is Simon Pello of Tudor Pro Cycling. Let's go and hear from the King of the Mountains.
With King of the Mountain, Simon Pello, it's done. Mathematically, it's done. How did you do it?
It was really not expected to. I didn't want to or plan to go in the break today, but after such a big fight, I really arrived with. I have a lot of experience. I know how to catch the breaks, and then I really felt pretty bad actually today. I really didn't felt like I had a great leg, so I thought, okay, let's try to poker game, I would say, and then that's why I jumped in the break, and then. I really thought my finish line was on a kilometer 107 to secure that jersey, and then I enjoyed the climb on a small gear.
In the last climb, we have seen you helping your young teammate Wilkesh. Big experience for him.
Yeah, it's I'm in a room with him, and we try to really to make him like really focus on this mountain top finish. He really came here for this, and he signed with us in the pro team for the next 2 years. So for him, it's a great experience, and I try to help him to give some confidence boost and to try to bring him as far as possible. But once they really start chasing, I really emptied the tank, and then it was up to the legs.
Merci.
Thank you.
Must be great to have a day out like that when you're feeling bad, I think. It's always interesting when you hear someone that's been out there absolutely smashing it, and you hear from them afterwards, like, oh, I didn't feel good today.
Yeah, he didn't have good legs, but of course, like you said, he's got enough experience, and he used that experience.
And there you have it, your top 10. Simon Carr takes it by 39 seconds ahead of Alexander Cepeda. Pablo Castrillo in third. John Bow, Vadim Pronsky, Paul Double, Adney Van Engelen, Joachim Milgerdame, Jon Aguirre, and Harold Martin Lopez is your top 10. 126.4 from Slim River to the Genting Highlands. So 48 seconds, you would say, between Simon Carr and his and third place, Pablo Castrillo. He's another rider that's been so active this week. John Bow, company as well from Euskaltel. He's been getting in there in the sprints as well. We've seen his name pop up, and Pablo Castrillo's been up there in breakaways this week already.
Yeah, it's we had a bit of a preview, didn't we? Let's be honest. 2 days ago, those riders went for that breakaway,
and it's 49 seconds in the top two ahead of between him and his teammate Castrillo at 58. He's got the bonus seconds on the line, and also he picked up bonus seconds throughout the week to put himself up there. John Bow, Vadim Pronsky, Paul Double, Adney Van Engelen, Jon Aguirre, Joachim Milgerdame, and Harold Martin Lopez is your top 10, but 2 minutes and 3 seconds now separating the top 10 in the general classification. Simon Carr will pull on that turquoise leader's jersey going into stage 6 tomorrow. Arvid de Klein, we saw him trying to get in the breaks today. He still has that 1 point advantage over Enrico Zanoncello, my apologies. George Jackson, third at 27. Gleb Sarista at 25 points is still very open, isn't it?
Very open. And of course, you'd expect that 4 different winners for 4 stages, the opening sprint stages anyway. So plenty of time to do battle there for those riders.
Will the sprinters come out to play tomorrow? Simon Pello is our King of the Mountains. No one can catch the Swiss man from Judo Pro Cycling. 32 points to Simon Carr's at 20. Pablo Castrillo third with 13 points. But if you ever wanted a lesson on how to take a King of the Mountains title, you have had it here from Simon Pello. Vadim Pronsky now in the white jersey as the best Asian rider. The Astana man will pull on that white jersey, and he leads Jambalite Sambayer by 2 minutes and 15 seconds, with Aria Faunsavath in third spot for 49. Good day out for Pronsky.
Yeah, very good day. He's been racing some big races this year, Pronsky. I'm sure that fatigue coming straight from the Vuelta to Tour Langkawi might not have been the best preparation, but he's riding really well on that final climb today.
So the other riders just making their way up the climb. Probably best cut away from our drone shot. The few riders getting a little bit of assistance up the climb. It's steep all the way to the summit here in the Genting Highlands. Good to see the fans out here. We love it. We love an outfit as well. I think we've got a Tyrannosaurus Rex there somewhere as well. Got to love a T-Rex on the climb. So there'll be many riders tomorrow. They'll be looking to recover. A little sprint out there. A little throw to the line. At the Green Project, Bardiani. We're going to go down here from Jeff at the finish line. He's got some more riders to chat to.
Pablo, ya en la primera etapa te hemos visto muy motivado. Tercero aquí, ¿es el resultado que buscabas?
Sí, la verdad que sí, llegaba en muy buen momento de forma y la subida se me ha adaptado muy bien. He ido cogiendo mi ritmo y al final, cuando ha arrancado Cepeda y Simon Carr, me he visto con fuerzas y he intentado ir a un ritmo alto y he estado a punto de pillar a Cepeda y bastante contento con el resultado.
Con este equipo World Tour que está LEF, ¿es el resultado máximo?
Sí, la verdad que sí. Con Education First, un equipo tan fuerte en esta carrera, con dos contrincantes muy fuertes, la verdad que hacer detrás de ellos es algo increíble y muy buen resultado.
Tu primera participación en el Tour de Langkawi, para tu equipo también, ¿es el principio de alguno grande?
Sí, la verdad que sí, es nuestra primera participación y la verdad que se nos está desempeñando bien y a ver si podemos estar el año que viene.
Gracias.
Nada.
Pablo Castrillo there, just content going up against the World Tour team of EF Education Easy Post. As our riders make their way up towards the summit tomorrow, stage 6 from Perak to Malacca, 174.5 kilometers. Make sure you join us for that. We're going to hand you over to our colleague Kiki down at the finish, who will take you through the podium ceremony. Join us for more action tomorrow. What a great day here in La Tour de Langkawi. The iconic Genting Highlands delivers us yet again another thrilling stage. From me, Martin McDonald, and John Mould alongside me. Join us tomorrow. We'll see you soon. Bye for now.
Congratulations, Zimahro from Equatorial Pahang.
Tempat yang kedua. Pesan dari EF Education Easy Post. Yang kelima, Sept Genting Highlands. seorang lagi pelumba e-application Easy Post. Tuan-tuan dan puan sekalian, beri tepukan gemuruh untuk Simon Park.
Easy to conquer the high peak of Genting Highlands, so he made it. He conquered the green stage for PETRONAS Langkawi 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, our stage 23.
Tepukan sekali lagi untuk pemenang peringkat yang kedua. Terima kasih ucapkan kepada teman-teman Muhammad yang membuat untuk Sentosa.
Hands up. Yep.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Para seterusnya majlis dengan sebenarnya menjemput yang berhormat yang Syafira Osman ahli Parlimen Bentung bagi bersama-sama mengiringi atau bersama-sama dengan berusaha Puan Murtaza Muhammad Kasim, penasihat Bubble O Marketing Semrahan untuk most combative rider bagi stage kelima.
Bubbles O2, our natural oxygenated water power, our most combative rider. For that, we welcome you this rider up on stage from Judo, Simon Pelot.
Simon Pelot dari Judo Pro Cycling Team.
Amin. Tahu pas mana bawa dia.
Please go on the podium. Yes, Simon. Rider only. Okay.
Dari Judo Pro Cycling Team Simon Pelot untuk most combative rider.
Power team by Bubbles O2. The naturally oxygenated
Majlis
water
mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Yang Berhormat dan Syafira Osman ahli Parlimen Bentung bersama dengan Yang Bersama Puan Murtaza Muhammad Kasim, penasihat Bubble O2 Marketing Semrahan.
And next we're gonna have the best Asian rider. What do you just say, Ricardo?
Pelumba terbaik Asia Jesi pun dibawakan oleh Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu. Tentu majlis dengan segala hormatnya menjemput Yang Berusaha Puan Ramona binti Marazali, di mana ketua strategi dan menyusukan bagi menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berbahagia Datuk Tun Ahmad Faisal Tun Abdul Razak, Timbalan Siasat Kerajaan Pembangunan Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's see who's going to be wearing the white jersey tomorrow as on the stage, the Queen stage.
Para tuan-tuan dan puan sekalian dari pasukan Astana Kazakhstan Team.
Let's have Bronsky.
Dari Bronsky dari Astana Kazakhstan Team.
He is the best Asian rider. He is the gentleman of Canada. Yang tadi dikatakan oleh karena dirampas oleh Astana. Ladies and gentlemen, Vadim Bronsky, our best Asian rider, as on the big stage. it at the side, yeah.
Baik, terima kasih kepada tamu-tamu hormat yang sudi untuk digunakan sebentar tadi upacara penyampaian jersey putih. Seterusnya kita akan beralih ke jersey orange. Ada Kementerian Perdagangan Sukan untuk itu majlis menjemput.
Orange tak apa, bagus apa?
Hari ini majlis kelas, seterusnya kita
Jersey
akan
polka dot dari Tourism Malaysia. Untuk itu majlis menjemput Yang Berusaha Tuan Haji Omar bin Haji Saad Bendahari PKBM bagi mengiringi Yang Berusaha Encik Rosman Ahmad Pengarah Bahagian Pentadbiran Tourism Malaysia untuk jersey polka dot taja Tourism Malaysia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present you the polka dot jersey powered to you by the Tourism Malaysia.
Oh, kali ini diiringi oleh Encik Arifin. Encik Arifin yang mengiringi.
Without wasting time, let's invite this rider from Tudor Pro Cycling Team, Simon Pelon.
Simon Pelon dari Tudor Pro Cycling Team.
He's still the man, kicking the polka dot jersey since the third stage. Mata terkumpul sekarang ini ialah 32 mata yang dikutip oleh Simon Pelon daripada Tudor Pro Cycling Team.
Jersey ini adalah jersey Raja Bukit untuk jersey polka dot Tourism Malaysia.
Hijau hari ni tak hujan langsung hari ni.
Ini pasal
Hujan tapi kita belah sini. Hari ni spin. Hujan hari ni spin belah. Hai, spin PETRONAS nampak? Hai, spin PETRONAS nampak?
Alright. Please take your position up on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, Simon Pelon from Tudor Pro Cycling Team. Congratulations. I can throw everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Terima kasih kepada Encik Arifin kami dan juga tamu-tamu daripada Tourism Malaysia. Berikutnya jersey orange Sprint dijemput yang berbahagian Dr. Nur Hasmat Abdul Aziz, Setiausaha Bahagian Hubungan Antarabangsa KBS bagi menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berusaha Puan Ramona Muhammad Azali Timbalan Ketua Setiausaha Kementerian Perdagangan Sukan untuk upacara berikutnya. Pun tanda sekali lagi Encik Arifin.
Ladies and gentlemen, and next we're going to present to you the Sprint jersey as on the same stage for the PETRONAS Langkawi 2023. And let's call this rider up on stage right now. Another from Tudor Pro Cycling Team, Arvid Decline.
Oh, senang ke siaku.
Arvid juga telah merong jersey orange daripada peringkat ketiga sebelum lumba daripada Tudor Pro Cycling Team. Memang hebat, memang hebat. Setakat ini mata yang dipegang oleh Arvid, the points that been accumulated by Arvid Decline is 30 points.
Bang, kami bangun. Bang.
Ladies and gentlemen, Arvid Decline from Tudor Pro Cycling Team. Our speaker, best speaker as on the third stage. PETRONAS Langkawi 2023. Congratulations and thank you.
Baik, sekali lagi kita ucapkan terima kasih. Untuk acara berikutnya adalah jersey hijau pendahulu keseluruhan. Majlis menjemput Yang Berusaha Puan Ramona Muhammad Azali PKS bagi menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Haji Wan Rosli Wan Ismail Menteri Besar Pahang bersama-sama dengan Encik Muhammad Ahmad Syazli Rahmi Terus Besar PETRONAS Pantai Timur.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been waiting for, who is going to be wearing the green jersey brought to you by PETRONAS, our title sponsor. Thank you so much, PETRONAS, for the 27th edition.
Baiklah, tuan-tuan dan puan sekalian dari pasukan EF Education Easy Post.
Kita persilakan the rider Simon Carr.
Simon Carr.
Simon Carr, who is our stage winner for the edition, also now singing the green jersey.
Hari kayu basikal. Tanya lah bang.
silakan untuk perlumbaan peringkat kelima ini, peringkat pendakian di cruise stage. Meninggalkan pelumba-pelumba lain cukup jauh juga kalau nak ikutkan. Looking good in the leader GC jersey, green. Congratulations to our rider today, Simon Carr from EM Education Easy Coast.
Simon Carr.
Okay.
And we have all the winners.
And we have all the jersey holders.
All rider.
Simon Carr on the podium. Let's have all the jersey holders as of the fifth stage. We have Simon Carr with the green jersey, orange jersey powered by KBS RB Klein, the com jersey Simon Pelon, and the white jersey best Asian rider Vadim Bronsky, ladies and gentlemen.
Genting Highlands, inilah penaruh serta peringkat yang kelima. Pemenang jersey utama.
Rider.
Up your head.
Rider. Macam tu ke?
Jom ni macam tak menang, ni macam tak apa-apa belakang.
Ya, bang.
Dijemput yang Mama Jadul Seri Besar bersama dengan pelumba untuk sesi pertama.
Congratulations again and again to all the riders.
Dijemput juga tamu-tamu yang lain. Cik Arifin Ghani dibawa bersama dengan yang Muhammad untuk Siam Macakal, Esko Breda Sudan dan dari Pahang juga di situ. Baiklah, sekali lagi tuan-tuan dan puan sekalian, mewakili keluarga LTDL, Kementerian Belia dan Sukan, kami ingin merekamkan ucapan penghargaan kepada Kerajaan Negeri Pahang Darul Makmur di atas komitmen yang telah diberikan untuk menjayakan perlumbaan paling disayangi oleh rakyat Malaysia, LTDL. Dan sebagai tanda terima kasih, majlis menyebut yang berusaha